Hello everybody and welcome to the snooker watch-along between Mark Williams and Xiao Guodong I should say. What a great start that was. The world number 14 against the world number 5 here, and the Welsh potting machine is going to be against Chinese X Factor in the first semi-final here at the Wuhan Open. Day number 6 here of the campaign, and we've got 2 afternoon sessions. Each of them has its own semi-final with Xiao Guodong there to start off the semi-final by breaking off himself. So leaves Mark Williams with a potential safety to try and find straight away. Really looking forward to this match already, simply for it being the two more ranking players. And Williams straight away there has a potential long pot chance into the left corner. Can try and land on the black there if he can sort of find himself with the right positional shot. Not going to be easy, as one of the reds has landed on top of the black and is going to be covering up a part of it. So either has to go around the black and trying to land it from the other side, or try and be quite low on it. So decides to go for the second option, just land low on the black there, and if anything, for the safer option, should Williams miss that shot, of course, he will be with a chance to not leave his opponent with anything else. But of course, the target red for you is always a danger, and it is a red that Guodong now has a chance, and straight away points out to the referee, and someone in the crowd seems to be distracting him ahead of an important shot there. So the referee will just ask the crowd not to do that, and Guodong now himself will have a chance into the left middle pocket, trying to hold either for the blue or one of the ball colors. So try to sacrifice a little bit of a potting angle to land on the ball colors perfectly, and that resulted in missing the pot there. So back to the table comes Williams, but this time with no real attempt of a long pot. So probably just a safety coming up. Uses a nice 2-cushion safety shot, lands right in behind the brown there. And Guodong has a couple of reds here to deal with on the right hand side of the bunch. So after 2 early aggressive potting success chances, he will now switch to the safety battle, at least for the foreseeable future. As Guodong now goes for the quite aggressive shot there, tries to develop the reds, and lands on top of the yellow there. So going to be a really awkward next shot here for Williams, and might even consider to be playing it off the cushion there. It is not going to be easy for him to get out of this situation. Needs to judge the cue ball power perfectly, and seems to catch the ping there. So that will probably be going back. And that's first 6 points here, given away to Xiao Guodong as a foul there from Mark Williams. So Xiao, of course, will ask Mark to do the same shot again, as the cue ball goes back in again, just above the yellow. Williams will go probably for the same strategy there, just has to adjust the angle and the cushion shot that he's played. Does that, and let's see what the outcome is going to be. So he's going to land a lot lower this time, and I think he's alright there. I don't think he's given anything away. Xiao Guodong turn now to probably find a safety of his own. So of course the new world number 14, after replacing yesterday's quarter-finalist Xiao, who was the world number 14 himself. Of course, Guodong progressing to the semi-final means he is the new 14 seed in the ranking. As this time, it's a really good shot there from Guodong. Once again, develops the reds nicely, so the position is looking very lively here for either of the player. Should one of them come with a chance of a break. Williams for now just got for the safety shot, but gets a massive slice of luck there. Don't think it's going to do a lot to him, as the cue ball has gone way behind the baulk line, as one of the reds kisses off the other and drops into the pocket. So the first point of a legal pot goes to Williams, but don't think it's going to be any more than a snooker there. So this time it's Xiao Guodong that has to find himself escaping from a snooker. So acknowledging that Williams probably made the most out of that attempt. Now we'll see what can the Chinese player do. Of course, Williams being the world number 5 could still about to change that. Should he win the campaign or even progress to the final, he will replace Ronnie O'Sullivan as the world number 4. And should he win the entire campaign, he will replace Neil Robertson as the world number 3 in the WSD ranking. For now, Guodong has to find a kiss on the red of 2 cushions. Can't quite do that at that time of asking. So it'll be 4 points to Mark Williams now. And the cue ball will be going back behind the yellow. And once again, Guodong will have to repeat the same shot, just adjust the trajectory slightly, because he was quite a bit of distance between himself, between the cue ball and the reds there. But of course, it's a tricky shot for him to make, because should he judge too much of the red and get too much of it, he will be bound to leave a position on for Williams. And yeah, he probably played this one a lot better here, and just about perfectly, but still hasn't touched the red there. So I thought he might clip the red there, so I was waiting there for the referee's call. It was really close there for him, but obviously he hasn't, and cue ball will be going back for Guodong to make a third attempt in the opening frame. Of course, reminder, this is a slight change of format. This time it's going to be best of 11, not best of 9. So two more frames potentially to be played, as Guodong does indeed catches the red too thick and gives away a chance here to Williams earlier on in the opening frame. So let's see, as the first real chance in terms of a break comes, let's see how many points can a Welsh potting machine score here. As I said, the position is quite nice to him. It has been compromised slightly with those 3 safety shots or so of each, but the pink is still very much in play, being right above the blue now, but his spot is available. So if Williams does decide to use the pink in the next couple of shots, for now goes for the blue. Yeah, but the pink will be going back on his spot and will be very much playable in at least 3 of those pockets. Only bottom left one not being available for him. Williams for now decides to go in around the blue. The second time of asking lands on the wrong side of it, so has to use the cushion on the top side of the table to get himself back in the prime position. And needs to miss the pink there, doesn't. And once again, probably will be the end of a break here. So once again, the referee has got his hand up to let one of the crowd members know to be quiet there. Hopefully that's not going to develop into any more of an issue than it already has been. But yeah, Williams just goes for a safety there. So 13 points scored there. I think very much compromised by the position of the colours, but in the end finding a decent safety shot of his own. So leads now by 21 points to 6 there, Mark Williams. And Xiao Guodong has got it all to do. So this time, one of the first shots we're going to see played on the right side of the reds. There's a potential plan there. They could go quite close to the corner pocket. So Xiao needs to be careful of that. And in the end, probably perfects the shot there from what was available to him. Doesn't leave Williams with any sort of chance to find a pot from. Unless certainly having a safety in mind there. So Williams there, not too sure how he wants this to be done. So you'll digest a couple of options and then you'll just probably find the best of them. So goes for the left side of the table. So you would assume this could be actually an attempt of a pot there. But yeah, you can see there's just a confirmation there that the safety from Xiao Guodong was really good there. And he forced Williams into a horrible error. And a chance now for the Chinese player to get his break on the board after Williams was only able to get 13 points on his one. The 6 points from Xiao Guodong, of course, coming from a foul committed by Mark Williams earlier in the frame. So once again, Xiao Guodong goes there for a nice little screw back, lands on the pink. So it'll be really helpful for him if he can get that color on his spot. But once again, landing very straight on it. And if there is any angle on it, it is to push cue ball towards the bulk area, which is probably the opposite way of where Xiao wants it. So has to use a lot of backspin once again. And the cushion for good measure to land himself nicely on the red. So Xiao's got a couple here, maybe 3 or 4 to his name, but once again, the black being compromised, going to be slight of an issue, as for now the position will have to be played around the pink. The first couple of shots here from Xiao Guodong have been positive, with him pushing one of the reds out of his way, and now landing nicely on the pink. So once again, could be in with a good chance here of a potential break. And as the pink goes in nicely into the pocket. So 20 points here for Xiao Guodong. Going to be 21 after this red. And the next pink will put him in front here. So hasn't got too many easy reds to try and deal with. I can see 2 here at the moment. One being right next to the left corner pocket and the other one being right behind it. Should Guodong put the first one, I think it'll be a lot more straightforward for him to get to the second one. He is sort of studying a potential chance of a plant there, but I think that's only if he has to use it. And in the end, doing nicely. So just studying exact spot where he needs to leave the cue ball just to be able to see that red nicely. This time potentially can try and go for the black it being available to the right corner pocket. And does indeed do that. So 28 points there for Xiao Guodong. Place 21 off Mark Williams. Once again, nicely on the black there. And the black goes in, so 35 points here for Xiao Guodong. 14 being the difference between the two of them. And has to be careful when going into the red here, trying to get himself positioned on the black. So decides to go against that in the end, so goes for a safer option once again. And just a pink here to land himself on the red to the left corner pocket. Has got one to the right as well, should he need it. And does go for the one to the right, it would seem. So that will give him a chance to just roll the cue ball through onto the black. And once again, given a better control there of the positional play. So no power there at all on the red. Nicely done once again. 43 points, 37 of those scored on the break already. So Xiao Guodong now very much in prime position for the opening frame. You would have thought that Williams should have done probably a lot better than he managed to. Only getting 17 points on his break. And Guodong so far being the better of the two in terms of break building. Still earlier on though, so things could be about to change in the later stages, but the start here looks promising for Xiao. So 29 points in between the two. And not quite the frame ball area for Guodong here, but he's certainly getting closer to it. Needs a little bit of an angle on the black here to try and split up the reds there. And Scrappy first frame. Yeah, certainly from Williams' perspective, I think it was a lot more steady from Xiao's point of view. You know, he had himself one chance, and still the chance that he has at his disposal. He's got a red along the cushion now. So a lot of Q action and a lot of positional play to be done. Not going to be easy to land on the black from this position. As he goes for a lot of backspin there, and there you go. So I did say it wasn't going to be easy. And in the end, it is a miss there. So probably turns into a scrappy first frame, both of them. With Guodong missing the first big chance for him. So not over the line quite yet here. With Williams still only 37 points behind. With 67 on the table. So goes for a smart shot there, pushes the cue ball towards the ball cushion and brings one of the reds that used to be on the cushion back into open play. And it's now the turn for Xiao Guodong to try and do something similar of a shot there. So probably just roll onto the red from the cushion. Needs to judge the pace of the cue ball nicely. And has done that. So gives away a straightforward safety there for Williams, but at least he gets himself out of trouble on that one. And Williams, it would seem, just would push black towards a little bit closer there towards the pocket. And guide the cue ball once again really nicely onto the top cushion. Great shot there from Williams, even it being a safety. Once again, it just puts Guodong into a little bit more of a trouble, and this time I'm not too sure if he can try to do the same shot he's done before. With the yellow being in the way, it would seem. So they're just taking this time there, Chinese player. And yeah, a little shake of the head there, just seems like he doesn't have a clue on which shot he has to play. Next, there you go, you can see the confirmation. If you're watching on your screen, you can't get to them on the bottom red on the left cushion, with the yellow being very much in the way. So probably will have to roll to the red potentially on the black cushion right below the black spot there. But has to use the cushion before that, and it's not going to be easy for him, that. Certainly has to work for it, and has to judge the pace of the cue ball to absolute perfection there. So a lot of time goes into this shot, but it just shows you how good of a safety that was. And yeah, Guodong knows he's not safe in this frame just yet. He should have been with the position he's had, but he missed the red, and now goes for a pretty thick touch on the red, so had to do that way to avoid the other red, and in the end, the other red lands just below the blue. So pretty much lands rather nicely there for Guodong, and Williams hasn't got anything easy to his name. So we'll see what he can do about this then. Can potentially try and go for a long pot there, but once again, I'm just not too sure it's the right shot to be playing, as he is the one trailing in his frame and needs to make it stick. Didn't. And has left Xiao Guodong now with a potential chance once again to get this opening frame finally over the line for the Chinese world number 14. Remember, the last year's finalist here, and the last Chinese player standing in this current campaign after Xiao being eliminated there yesterday by Mark Allen in a brilliant decider. That Allen was very much in control from the very start off. And this time it is a mistake once again there from Xiao Guodong. So I did think that the red was going to drop there. I think Xiao probably thought the same. But in the end, it stays out, and it stays out really nicely there for Mark Williams. Right over the pocket. And with a little swerve and potentially just using the cushion there, I think Williams will be able to control it to the extent that he needs. And just land himself nicely on the blue. So we'll use a top cushion there. Needs to miss the green, which he does, avoids it and goes around it. And once again hasn't landed perfectly there, so I think the cue ball pace was lacking slightly. And now has got sort of a difficult shot there into the middle. And in the end makes it, so nicely on the black, and could be a great finishes for the first frame here in the semi-final. I was kind of surprised when the one Chinese player made it to the semis. Well, sort of yes, with the players like Xington, you had Zhang Anda there in the quarterfinals against Mark Williams. So it could have been a no Chinese semi-final, and then obviously Xiao, as I mentioned, losing to Mark Cullen. Xiao Xington will be the biggest disappointment, I think, with being the world champion. Hasn't had a brilliant start to this season's campaign, and losing to Stephen Maguire in the match that he very much should have won. Many would feel. And Williams here with another unforced error, and it certainly turns into a scrappy frame now. Williams ended his break on just a break of 15 there. And Xiao in with a chance once again to put finally an end to this quite long opening frame. So almost 25 minutes it lasted now. And we're not even over the line yet, with Gronid in the last red that is sitting on the cushion quite nicely now, in terms of the safety for Mark Williams. So has got a nice little angle here, Guodong, to try and develop it or try and land in behind it, depends on what exactly he wants to do with it. So decides to go for a positional shot, doesn't land quite as nicely as he would have liked. So still, as I say, needs this red to be a frame ball for him, with it being 35 on the table and 28 the gap between the two of them. So won't need any color after it, so again just try and focus on, you know, sort of rolling the red into the corner pocket, but of course should he miss it, it'll be an easy chance for Williams, and more than enough points for him to be back in this frame and being with a chance to win it once again. For now it's a frame ball here for Xiao Guodong, and he refuses it. In the end, an end of break there on just the value of 6, and in the end goes for a decent cross double and puts Williams under a little bit more scrutiny and pressure himself. So Williams straight away from the get-go getting down to the shot, which is probably a sign that it's not that difficult, but the execution is not perfect. Tried to put the red and the cue ball on the opposite side cushions. The cue ball landed pretty close to his one, but the red is quite far away from it, and Guodong will be thinking about potential cutting to the corner pocket with the cue ball going towards the bulk area there. I think that probably the angle is going to be too much for him to do, and don't want to be risking to leave it over the pocket, so just plays into it and leaves Williams with a straightforward safety shot now to play. So, and a safety shot that turns into a little bit of a nightmare here. Could have been positive for Williams. We've had that red gone in, but in the end, it is now attempt number 4, I would say, for Xiao Guodong to finally get this frame on the board for him. So not an easy shot into the middle, but it's one that is going to be difficult to refuse. Even though the cue ball is on the cushion here, but you just feel like Xiao Guodong has got that little bit of chance here to just win this frame earlier than it was seeming just a couple of safety shots to go there, but misses it. Only just about there, wasn't by much. Now Williams inevitably has a shot to his name. It not being necessarily too much easier, but probably the one you would prefer over the one Guodong has had. And nicely cleared there from Williams. Lands on the wrong side of the blue once again there, so it's going to be a little bit awkward there to be playing for the yellow. He wants to go around the table, and he certainly does, so using 3 cushions there. So sort of the opposite shot to the one we usually see when you try to play for the Reds. And this time it is not perfect positioning there on the yellow. So a little bit of work to do there for Williams. And this time around, goes for an extension there, and we'll still try and roll the yellow into the pocket. Tries to go around the green there. Can't quite manage it, but I think he's all right into the middle there. So I think he'll be happy with that. With 25 points on the table, now trails by 20 now. So needs all 5 colors here. As the first one is in, with the green just rolling towards that middle pocket. So now the brown, and still pink and black are far from ideal spots there, especially black. And Williams has just made his job a lot harder by finishing once again the wrong side of the blue. So has to go around the table once again here. Absolutely smashes the blue ball in, and will probably go for a double here, as that's the only option he has here to stay on the break, and then just leave himself onto the cushion for along the cushion share on the black. So needs to make the double first, and does. Right into the heart of the pocket it goes. So a black now for the win in the opening frame. That already feels like it could be a big frame, even though it's only the first one. Rolls the black ball in, and it is Mark Williams that in the end finds a clearance of 33 points. In the end had to dig deep there, with landing on the wrong side of the blue, having to go for a double on the pink and leaving himself nicely on the black. But in the end getting the job done there, and winning the opening frame. You know, after Guodong probably had more chances than Williams, but it is the Welshman that takes the opening frame. And, you know, takes one step forward towards another ranking final for himself. As just yesterday, he was just in an interview there in China saying that, you know, you asked me 5 years ago if I would still be here. I would be saying absolutely no chance. Yeah, here I am, beating some of the top players and still getting through to the semi-finals of ranking events. I know that won't last forever, but while it does, I'll certainly try to enjoy it. And he certainly has been for the first frame. You know, it wasn't pretty for him. Sometimes he was making some silly errors of his own, but to win when you're not playing well is always a sign of a champion. And he's been able to do that in the opening frame. Now Guodong has his chance to respond by winning the second frame and getting himself back level here with Mark Williams. Doesn't want to go into the second session trailing there, Guodong. I think it'll be important for him to try and stop the momentum there from Williams, as it's going to be hard to do if you leave him with a lot of table time. So far, the first frame was probably the one that you would expect it to be. A little bit scrappy, a little bit conservative from both players, not really giving all in terms of the long pots. But in the end, Guodong has to settle there for a loss, and will try to find himself in a little bit of a better position in the second frame. Needs to be, you know, more clinical in these chances. Of course, him having the better of the chances. You know, he was quite close to getting the frame over with a break of 52 of his own, but missed a simple red into the corner pocket whilst trying to play for the black there. And in the end, after exchange of safeties, Williams was able to get a total clearance of 33 there, as Mark Williams is still yet to return there to table 1 from his bathroom break. And you can see there once again that brilliant double that he lined up. So certainly, you know, a pressure shot there, if there are any pressure shots for Mark Williams. Finals tomorrow or on Sunday. It will be tomorrow, so it will be tomorrow on Saturday, 30th of August. And I'm pretty sure Sunday we'll see the qualification for China Grand Prix start. So they've done that one pretty well, as Williams comes to the table here for a break-off. And nicely done there this time on the break-off. So the red has gone above the blue area, but in the end, the cue ball landing right on the cushion, and I think the brown being in the way will certainly save Williams if he did have any concerns. And Guodong now will probably try and use it to some sort of extent. But I don't think you'll be able to do that with any ease there. As he actually goes for the pot there, so a brilliant shot there. It'd been really difficult to execute in terms of the cue ball being right on the cushion. And bonus for him will be to land on one of the colors, and he does seem to do that with a brown. So I think he clearly understood there, Guodong, that, you know, if he was going to miss it and leave the cue ball nicely into the ball carrier, he was unlikely to leave it to Williams, so he may as well have gone for it. And done it really well. I don't think there's any value to playing a snooker here with so many of the reds still being bunched up quite closely there. So I think he will attempt this brown. But he's got two tough parts of his shot. First one being the potting of the brown, and the second one being ending up on the red there. So sacrifice the second part, but lands nicely there on the pot there. So just not too sure why he's done that, and he's left himself with a long shot once again. So the two good shots that he's played there seems to all come to nothing. Should have missed this long pot, and it's certainly not going to be easy for him. But the impression is he is backing himself to get this one, and does. How's the cue ball going to end up? It did feel like it had a lot of power to it. And he'll probably have to use the yellow here as he catches the blue right on the nose there. Pushes it towards the green pocket, but hasn't got the best of angles on it. So probably a yellow for him to stay. Yes, China Grand Prix qualifiers are on Monday. There you go. I'm pretty sure they're still waiting for the draw to be confirmed, because I've seen that some of the players that will be participating in the China Grand Prix are going to be also participating in the Northern Ireland qualifiers, and pretty sure WSD have to do something to make sure that if one of the players goes deep into the rounds of China Grand Prix, he'll still be able to participate in the Northern Ireland. So I think they'll wait to see the way this tournament finishes, and then maybe play some of the qualifiers on Sunday and the majority of them on Monday there. Guodong there has gone for the blue in the end, missed it, and safety exchange returns once again to the table as Williams is the first one to get that one underway. Leaves Guodong with the right side of the reds to deal with. Quite close to the right cushion there. And just pushes the cue ball towards the pocket there. Doesn't want to be too close to it. In the end, probably plays this shot to perfection. And leaves Mark Williams with a difficult safety shot. Probably just going to play without any pressure and just roll up to the bunch. And decides to play a more clever shot there. So uses the black as the cushion between the cue ball and the reds. So instead of putting himself into danger, put Xiao Guodong there into some sort of discomfort shot. And nicely dealt with there. By Guodong, hasn't left anything. Had to make sure he got second to none of a touch there on that red. To make sure he doesn't leave a gap there for Williams to try and exploit. And Williams responds once again with a roll onto the cushion of the black there. So Buck comes out to the table. The reason why Williams hasn't played the shot to the ball carrier is because one of the reds there is sitting over the middle. So Guodong will try to eliminate that. No point going for the pot there. So just transitions the cue ball quite close to the green pocket and sends red ball down the table. But a mistake there for him. I'm not too sure where the cue ball is going to be going should Williams go for this long pot. Frame 2, who do you think will win, mate? To be honest with you, really hard to say for now. I wouldn't really say guarantee the first person that gets a chance, because Williams sort of has got a decent chance of his own, but decides to push it onto the safe area. So a couple of reds, let's say 4 or 5 available. So probably the first person that gets himself into a chance with there not being any favourites so far in terms of the safety battle, I think we'll have a chance to score about 40, 50 points. To toss up, yeah, exactly. So 50-50 so far, still anyone's frame. And it does actually feel like this is the way that this match is going to be played, not just this frame, as that was very much the case in the opening frame. You know, with both players having their chances, and it was all about who can make the most out of their chance. Williams doing that in the end for himself. And this time lines up a long shot here to try and land on the black. Misses it, and in the end, the fact that he's missed it by so much probably has done him a little bit of a favour, but the last kiss on the red has probably put that favour down to nothing, and has probably left Xiao Guodong with a chance. So we'll just see what he can do from here, as the look on his face doesn't seem to be too enthusiastic about this shot, and potentially will just goes for a safety shot, but seems to be studying where to end the cue ball here. So it looks like he will be going for this red into the corner pocket, even though it not being the kindest of cuts, but in the end refuses it. So just a safety for him. Did look like he was able to go for a cut there if he wanted, but obviously feeling that it's not going to give him anything but problems in the end. So going for a safety once again. And the battle resumes now on the safety side of things. Williams now with a chance of his own to try and roll the red once again along the side cushion, put the black towards the black ball cushion there. Has left Guodong with a potential invitation there into the yellow pocket, with the cue ball not landing perfectly there on the cushion. So can try and potentially exploit that. Depends on what his state of mind is right now. He hasn't gone near too many of those so far, Guodong. Could this be the first major one for the frame? And missed there. And wow, what a fluke that is from Xiao Guodong. I say he missed it. The cue ball has gone towards the green pocket, bounced off the cushion and gone back into the yellow pocket there. So a massive fluke there for Guodong. Where can I watch the match then? Live on TNT Sports 2. And if you're not in the UK, you can try and check out their WSD app and see what it says on there. You should have the potential lists where you can watch the match live in your region there. But Guodong gets himself with a massive chance here and has to make sure he takes this frame after the scale of the fluke he's landed. You know, he's massive for him. And yeah, he certainly puts himself as a favourite for the frame. Whether that's going to be deserved or not is a point up for the debate. But in the end, you have to take those chances, even the ones you don't really deserve. It's now up to the Chinese player to do that. For now, gets himself 17 points on the board, 11 on this current break. And has got a couple of options to his name now, one being into the right corner pocket, the other one being into the left middle. Either one is fine. I think he'll go for the lower one simply because of the blue not being in his spot, so it'll be a little bit of an issue to be playing for the colour. Should he go for the middle? So it does indeed go for the shot, just roll through onto the black, and now leave himself with probably the right middle to play on. Come the next shot. Of course, he can never rule out a potential chance to split up the pack right now, but I think Guodong will just take his time there. And he hasn't, so he clearly didn't think that that was worth for him. But I think he'll be alright onto the cut, into the middle there, so as he misses the reds in its entirety there. So won't be happy with himself, that's for sure. You know, should have had at least a chance given to him. Watch that one. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that he didn't really try and play for at least one of those two reds into the right middle. I expect him to leave one of them in case he misses or doesn't land on any easy reds, but to not play either of them was a bit surprising to me. Now, once again, has got a decision to make. I think he'll probably, in the end, go for this middle shot and tries to land on the black there. And in the end, yeah, difficult bet there. Difficult shot there for him. And in the end, missing there. Missing the shot into the left middle. So it was a difficult cut for him. And he's missed that one. He hasn't left anything to Williams, as he clearly was aiming to land the cue ball exactly in the position where it wouldn't give him any sort of danger should he miss that red. Difficult cut to the middle. Yeah, exactly, it was. And he certainly hasn't managed to get the most out of it. I bet on Xiao for frame 2. Hope he wins this frame. So far, it's not looking too bad for him. As probably the situation is, he probably just got himself 25 free points. Now back to the table once again for a safety. One of the reds is sitting on the cushion. So that's going to be a bonus for him as well. And potentially could be lining up a shot here into the middle. So refuses it in the end and aims the cue ball to be going quite close there towards the green pocket. Probably too close for comfort. But stays out in the end. And yeah, the position is not mad for Williams to try and sort of build a significant break, with 25 points not being the sort of deficit that can win you the frame. But still, a couple of reds that are going to be problematic, with one more now after the previous shot from Williams going onto the pocket, onto the cushion, I should say. But I think one of them will be probably taken out here by Xiao. Guodong doesn't really want to do that. Wants to leave as many reds on the cushion as he can. But to give himself a good chance of a safety, maybe we'll be forced to do that. And just screw back the cue ball back onto the bulk area. Has played the red right into the bunch there and has left a chance here for Williams into the left corner pocket. So we'll see what he can do about that now. Williams needs to make it stick there though. I think he will land on either three of the colours should he make that shot, but he hasn't. The question is, has he left anything to Guodong? Don't really see anything easy apart from maybe one of the reds next to the black there towards the right corner. Maybe a plant there as well that he can try and exploit. But Williams seems to have got away with that one, at least in this moment in time. Guodong doesn't seem to be too confident in taking any of the reds on just yet. We'll see what he can do from here and then make a decision of his own. And so decides to go for the red into the left corner there, and probably will have to grab an extension at least, maybe even a rest there to play that shot. So the angle is not going to be in favor of him. And of course, landing on the color will be easier from this type of red, but has to make it into the pocket first. And does. And I did say it's not going to be too hard for him to land on the color, but it's got that one. Who do you reckon will win this game, mate? I think if you talk about this frame, I still think it's anyone's after Guodong has messed up the positional shot on the color. I think if you talk about the match overall, I would expect Williams to edge it like 6-4, maybe 6-3. From what I've seen so far, Guodong will have to step up his game. He's lining up a double himself here, potentially, on the ping, but I think the red is going to be in the way of that anyway. So, looks like it'll just be another safety here from Guodong. So, after making that red stick there, I think he would be disappointed with himself not landing on one. Could still and try and go for this pink into the middle. It does. And in the end, it's a horrible decision for him. It's, you know, sometimes you just have to take your chances and take your battles. And he hasn't been able to do that so far in the opening two frames. Williams here with a really good chance. After Guodong has messed up his positional play. Gone for the shot he probably should have gone for. And left Williams with a good chance here. Once again himself, Williams messing up the position slightly. Has got a pink into the middle. There's a get out of jail card. But the question is, where's the pink gonna go then if he pots it? It'll be nice if he goes onto the blue spot, but I think he'll go quite close to the blue itself there on the pink spot, so that'll mess up the both of them. So probably hasn't got too much of a choice there, Williams. Still has to go for it for this pink. Then go around the table there. So misses the green, which was important. Lands nicely here on one of the reds. Probably about as much as he could do. Underrun slightly there, but he's got another choice into the yellow pocket should he try and attempt it. He's got an easier shot in terms of the pot there for him, but has to judge the cue ball bounce perfectly. And by doing two things at once there, he messed up the potting angle and he's left Guodong back in his frame. So very scrappy frame, first frame turns into a very scrappy second frame as well. As Xiao Guodong now himself has got a decent chance to close up the second frame should he get through to this break, which does seem to be a little bit of an issue for him. You know, with the black and a couple of other reds in the way. So we'll just take his time there, because no matter which type of safety you play, you can't be leaving a red over the pocket like that. So you can try and potentially just guide one of the other reds past it and just use it as a sort of pocket extension. I think that's probably the only choice he's got here. And the shot he's going for needs to make sure he judges the pace nicely and doesn't catch the front cushion. In the end, did it absolutely perfectly. Once again, had to sacrifice the positional shot on the pink. Still has to take it on into the yellow pocket there. So, not an easy this shot. For Guodong, we'll consider pink or blue here. Depends on which angle is going to be beneficial for him. I think pink it's easier to pot. And indeed goes for the pink there. Into the middle though. I'm surprised to see him go for that shot. And it's a miss there for him. And once again, back to the table comes Williams. What is Xiao doing? Messing up the pink there. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I was surprised for him to go to that middle. It looked like there was so much room for him to miss that shot, because he had so much angle to try and produce on that pink. Whether it's when you go for that shot into the yellow pocket, you're sort of guiding it through, and as long as you play it with the right power and make sure it doesn't fade on the table, would have given them a lot of better chance. But in the end, it's happened, and Williams comes back to the table. Once again, less reds here left on the table for any of them. Williams now with a chance once again to his name to capitalize on the mistakes from his opponent. So trailing by only 12 points now. But straight away, he seems like he's sort of left himself with a problem here. Can he get through to that red is the question for me. And he can't, so the black being in the way. Has to take the one along the cushion. Misses it himself there, so yeah, it says that it doesn't look like it's a semi-final or ranking event so far. It looks more of like a round one match. I think Williams will win, says Antonio. I think I would win in the circumstances they're playing like this for the rest of the semi-final. I mean, it seemed to be absolutely dreadful, both of them, with Williams just getting the most out of the first frame, but in the second frame, I mean, 75 points is left on the table, and we only had 42 points scored. 27 for Xiao Guodong, and only 15 there for Mark Williams. Once again, a chance here of a pot here for Guodong. But you feel like with the way this frame has gone, this would be far from easy for him. In the end, makes it right into the heart of the pocket there. So In the end, I think from early observation, I think from Guodong there, his potting been a lot better than Williams's, but his positional play has been dreadful. In terms of Williams, his potting has been dreadful, and his positional play hasn't been so good either. But Xiao Guodong once again with a chance, with him being 20 points clear already, 67 still remaining on the table, has got two reds, quite straightforward to try and make usage of. But once again, his positional play just letting him down there badly. And on an easy shot, he lands on the wrong side of the black. And now the transition to one of those lower reds is going to be a problem for him. And out of absolutely nothing, he can cost himself 8 points. And also 8 points that Williams can still try and get on this table. So I think we'll have to go for plan B here. Try and go for that red into the middle. But once again, as I say, his positional play has been letting him down. But on that time of asking, he's played probably as perfectly as he could have. And got away with it there, recovered well. Now has got a red into the right middle. With the pink being quite close to the middle, so shouldn't be a problem to get on the color. The only problem for him is, of course, to get on the next red, it being the same one he's played for a couple of shots ago, but landing the wrong side of the black. This time lands on the right side of the pink, with it being so close to the left middle. Probably will use 2 cushions there to land on the red, quite close to it. So it does indeed use 2 cushions. In the end, bounces off just about nicely, so cue ball hasn't got any sort of distance, to be fair, between the cushion and itself. But the angle that probably favors the pot just makes getting on the next color a little bit more tricky. But the blue being off its spot has actually helped Xiao Guodong there, and it's 51 points, so 36 for him is the difference. 41 with the blue, so still needs one more red after this shot. And it's going to be the red on the cushion there for him, so far from easy. But this time the positional play has been perfect on that shot from the blue. And now just needs to roll this one in and get the second frame on his scoreboard. And nicely done there by Guodong, so does indeed win the second frame, to much of the delight of the Chinese crowd. Team Williams, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm not really team on any of them. Probably just about Williams if I had to choose one. But I certainly think for the home crowd and for the home event, I think it'll be nice to have at least one of the Chinese players. But to be fair to it, Guodong has won it last year, so I think he'll be a little bit boring if he wins it this year again. So I think for Guodong, it will be nice for him to get in the final, but probably be on sort of the receiving end of it, as Williams comes back to the table with him needing 2 snookers, it looks, so 1 snooker and a free ball being the potential option for him as well. As Guodong that trips on his way to the table, so hopefully that will be the worst mistake he makes here, as he hasn't got too hard of a safety to try and play here. And transitions the red ball nicely onto the lower part of the table. Leaves some sort of distance between the red and the cue ball. So nothing straightforward here in terms of searching for snooker here for Mark Williams. And just goes for a nice little cross double, aiming to end the cue ball in behind the yellow. In the end, does it to absolute perfection there. And with some distance between the cue ball and the red ball, there's also some distance between the red ball and the cushion there. So Xiao needs to make sure he lands this one. And he has pretty much full ball there. May even get some kind of a snooker in response there. Doesn't seem to happen. And Williams will have an attempt of a snooker once again. Just rolls that cue ball in behind the black. Judges the pace nicely, but probably leaves bit too much room there for Guodong to try and swerve around the black. Goes against that in the end, so just a safety cushion shot there from Guodong. And this time he hasn't caught that red as well as he would have liked, but still gets away with it this time around. Williams straight down to hit the next shot. So wasting no time, once again aiming that red in towards the yellow, and can't quite get cue ball safe in behind the blue. So I think Guodong will just try and roll that red into the corner pocket, try and potentially pot it, and if not, just keep it there to limit the chances for Williams. So goes against that in the end, tries to lay a snooker himself, and I think the kiss on the brown has not helped him with that, as Williams will have a chance once again to at least get through to the red, and if he misses the blue, to lay a snooker himself. But I say if he misses the blue, he didn't miss the blue, and Guodong won't have anything tougher than the safety here to play. How many minutes for one frame, mate? A lot, to be fair. It's been almost an hour, and the second frame is about to end, so pretty much 30 each. We're in better position in this frame. So Guodong seems to have won it. 2 snookers needed here for Williams, but he still seems to be coming back to the table with some sort of intention for now. Has managed to lay a couple of snookers for Guodong already, with now laying one more. So still, I wouldn't say it's over. I think Guodong will try and do something about this red, and nearly pots it there from the cushion. Guodong is winning this one, probably, yeah. Probably, with 2 snookers being one too many to find there, especially on the stage of a semi-final. Lands a snooker himself there, Guodong. And so Williams there with not the best of safety, so leaves the red ball quite close to the middle, but the angle is not going to be favourable for Guodong to try and cut that into the middle. Can't watch that, so kind of nervous. Well, but you will be, but shouldn't be too nervous now. The red is covered up by the middle, and if Guodong can try and make that one in, he'll be frame over, but he decides to go for a safety shot in the end. So Williams needs snookers to win, yeah, to be fair. And it's Guodong that keeps finding them snookers with no real intention, it would seem. Once again, Williams has to play off the cushion into the red, catch it full ball and try and get it safe. Has managed to do that pretty nicely there. The blue won't come to his rescue that time of asking, but also leaves Guodong with a chance to roll in behind the black in terms of the cue ball position. So goes just for the switch of the play. And I think Williams in the end, not too sure what he's saying there to Guodong. I thought he was going to concede the frame, but seems to have said something else. And goes for one more safety shot once again. But this time, no damage done, and frame conceded there for Williams. So I think he probably did say to Guodong, well, not too sure what you could say in that sort of aspect, but whatever he said to him, it is now frame to Xiao Guodong, and it's one frame each here, as Guodong has a perfect response to a scrappy first frame. Win from Williams. Now he has a scrappy second win frame to his name, and now it's one frame all here ahead of frame number 3. So haven't seen so much of, break building and free flow in snooker as probably some of us would have expected and would have hoped for. But still, I think that could be yet to come in the later stages of this campaign, as both players seems to be finding sort of the best of each other and trying to be conservative in their approach, trying to sort of get involved in as many safety battles and make sure they take only the sort of reds they're confident and they're backing themselves to pot, not taking any risky pots there so far. And we'll see what's going to happen in frame of number 3 and 4, as of course we're not going to have a whitewash in the first mini session. 1k on Williams as well. Probably in terms of odds, smart, but still, I wouldn't say it's a gimme. As Guodong responds there. So I think if second frame has gone for Williams, it would have been a massive chance for him to try and run away with it. With Guodong clinching that frame in the end, don't think it'll be as straightforward as it could have been. But I suppose you don't want a straightforward semi-final. As we will see what's going to happen. I think the second frame will be significant in terms of Guodong's sort of momentum, but it still will have to back it up with a decent campaign in frame number 3. Potentially have to try and win it. And I think the task minimum for Guodong is going to be not to be losing going into the second mini session, because if he is losing by 3 frames to 1, you can barely see Williams losing that one, with him completing sort of half of the job already. And we'll see what the third frame will bring, as we're almost ready to get back to the action. As both players seems to be just waiting for a call there from a referee. And there you go. So Xiao Guodong will break things off here in the frame number 3. So still very much anyone's match for the taking, and frame for the taking as well. I will bet on Xiao frame number 3, mate. Still believe in him. We'll see. Managed to get you a win in the second frame. We'll see what he can do in the third one. Williams now with the chance of a long pot. So straight away refused there by Williams. And let's see what Guodong can do about these. He had quite close to sort of yellow pocket in terms of a decent safety to his name. I think he just tries and switch the positions there between the red and the cue ball. Just send the cue ball down the table in towards the bunch, and the cue ball resting nicely on the cushion. Doesn't want to catch the jaw there, but in the end I think it's just rolled in behind the brown, so it should be alright. Or maybe shouldn't be. If Williams can get through to it, it'll be a waste of a safety there, and an easy safety for Mark Williams there. Can't get anything more than that, to be fair. And yeah, so a good shot there from Williams. Has Xiao probably needed in terms of positional play, needing to split up the bunch there, right below the pink. So we'll have to do that slightly to make sure he doesn't leave too many reds over the sort of right corner pocket area. And in the end, does that one really nicely. So no sort of real reds developed there from him. And just Williams with another safety attempt. So just going to play this one off 2 cushions, it would seem, once again, after the contact between the cue ball. So goes for the other red there, and maybe has gone for the pot there, Williams, but whatever it wasn't a good safety from him. And a good shot, yeah, wasn't a good shot in its entirety, but has got away with it where there Williams with seems to have had no control over the cue ball at all. Now let's see if Xiao can do a little bit more in that aspect of the game. And this time I think he will use 2 cushions to his name of this red, the left one and the bulk cushion area there. Once again, has a nice line there to end up in behind the green. In the end, a really good safety there from Guodong. And Williams has at least a small price to pay for the misplacement of a previous shot of his. Needs to find the thinnest of edges there of one of the reds in below the pink. Does that, and the cue ball has travelled really nicely for Mark as well. So in terms of the safety play, can't really say anything negative about any of the players. Both of them have performed quite well in that aspect of the game. But we're still waiting for someone to come out on top in the early stages here in the third frame. It does seem to be the case of every single frame so far. You know, early safety battle, then a couple of chances wasted, And then at least one of the players will get a decent break on the board and turn up the sort of pace of the game. But now Williams got another safety shot to deal with the cue ball being quite close to the green pocket. Once again, nothing too major in terms of difficulty. And goes for, once again, the switch of the play there. This time doesn't do the mistake of the first frame, doesn't catch it on the double kiss on the bounce. Nicely done once again. And Guodong has his shot to respond. I think his one will be a lot easier with so little distance between the cue ball and the reds, and just has to choose the perfect placement of the cue ball for him onto the corner area. Nicely done once again, but the pace seems to be lacking there from the cue ball, and I'm not too sure why that was the case, but has got green to his rescue, so makes that shot for Williams really awkward to try and bridge over. And once again, the same shot that he's played on the previous time of asking, Williams just rolling the cue ball towards the black cushion and not leaving Guodong with anything easy there. Once again, so this time a lot better there in terms of power on the cue ball from Guodong, and probably judged this one just about perfectly, leaving the cue ball very close to the cushion, making the next shot for Williams rather awkward, but it seems like it's going to do the same thing for the third time in a row, and he does. So, seems to have just one shot in his locker for the fast sort of 3-4 shots there. Williams just toying with Xiao, it would seem, but leaving the initiative with the Chinese player there. As once again, he's got a chance to return the cue ball dead on the cushion, but once again, just doesn't do that and barely passes the bulk line there, the cue ball. This time, even a potential long point chance for Williams left, although it being really hard one and difficult for him to execute. Yeah, in terms of position updates, so not looking good for either of the player. As Williams was quite close to having the second fluke of the match for him. Of course, Xiao had a massive one to his name in the second frame. You shouldn't forget that. You know, it was a frame-winning chance for him at that time. But should he have missed the red to the yellow pocket that he was playing, of course, it bounced off the cushion very close to the green pocket. It bounced back into the yellow pocket. Would have been a very different picture, you would feel. So an exchange there of one fluke each in the opening 2 frames, and let's see who's going to get the next one, if there's going to be any more in the semi-final. But yeah, there you go, an apology straight away there from Guodong, as he got really lucky with a kiss on the red. So he played that awful safety there, but the cue ball has just bounced off another red into the bulk area really nicely for him. And another chance comes and goes there for Williams, without him really having anything to do with it. Once again, just a safety for him to find. Pushes one of the reds quite closely there to the corner pocket. Needs to make sure he got cover, and I don't think he does, unless it's one of the reds just being in the way there of the cue ball. Because Guodong will have a little bit of thinking to do, because whatever he does, he can't afford to leave this red over the pocket. So I think one of the options is try and sort of be playing really aggressively and just try and roll up to it from the cushion, but has to judge the pace to absolute perfection to make sure it doesn't leave the red onto the right corner. The cue ball being quite close to the left corner in that case scenario. Just checking there to see what can he do from here. So looks like he and the referee are just looking to each other from one side of the table. Obviously one checking the position of the cue ball and the other one checking the position of the reds there. But it was a funny image to take the screenshot of, to be fair. And back to the serious stuff though, as Guodong has a massive shot here in the frame. Let's see what he can get out of it. So I'm not too sure what the scoreboard is doing here, but Guodong here, I'm not sure what he was doing either, because he's just made an absolute mess of that shot and left an easy chance for Williams. And he's got a couple of options to his name now. He's got either one into the green pocket or one into the right middle. I think the right middle shot is going to be easier for him, but Guodong there had to take a risk. There wasn't anything he could have done to sort of land the cue ball safe there and just continue the safety battle. It was one of those shots that you either take the risk or you are guaranteed to leave the red for your opponent. But whatever his shot selection was, it is Mark Williams now with a chance and a break of 6 already in the third frame earlier on to be back once again in the lead here and be the leading force in the semi-final. After both players have won a frame each now, it would feel like for Williams it is finally time for him to try and step up, especially his spot success game. I think that will be way in the low 80s, if that, after the first 2 frames, but he's got a chance here to get that in the higher 80s. He's got a really good position to his name. 13 points on the board as well. Looking to make that 20 with his current black. And yeah, the position looks perfect for him. I mean, it's one of those that you feel like if there's any time there is a chance of, you know, sort of putting the frame to bed, it is these types of positions. There no way. I'd be surprised if Williams won't ace this one. Yeah, so will I. I mean, how many reds has he got available to him? 6, 7, maybe 8, maybe 9? Yeah. There's no way he'll mess this one up unless he runs out of position badly or he misses a shot you wouldn't expect him to miss. So there, just asking a little bit more attention there on the black position, because he clearly feels like it's not exactly where he should be. This time I think he'll be happy with it, as it will be the next shot for him to play, of course, after the red he's got here. So his highest break being 33 so far, so we'll certainly like to improve on that aspect of the game. And it's got a really good chance here to put that highest break of 33 past him and get a new on the board. Great position all around, absolutely. I mean, name me one aspect of the position that is not perfect. I mean, he hasn't really got any reds dead on the cushion there for some more safety of the play, but in terms of the break building, it's only going to be a benefit for him, as this time he'll try to make the referee's job easier over the next couple of shots and take that red sitting quite close to the black spot, so free up nicely there for the color, and the most expensive one of all. Looking to make that birdie of 36 and still has, as I say, at least 6 reds to land on without real effort needed there. Lands on the top one, so once again a smart shot there just to make the position even easier than it already is. So a little bit awkward there with the next black, has to bridge over the red there, has to reach over the other one. In the end, deals with it well. And back in prime position, I think this time he's got a little invitation to go for the blue from this current red. Of course, he's got one more red on the top part of the table and does indeed use the cushion to land on the blue. Can very much land any side of it. I don't think he'll care about that, as he's got reds too on both top and bottom sides of the table. It just depends on what preference has he got, and clearly goes for the bottom side. So a break of 50 here for the first time in the match for Mark Williams, with Xiao having one of 52 of his own. And nicely done there by Williams. And really nicely done there once again on the black going in. So doesn't want to be straight on this red in terms of them splitting up the red and the pink, but doesn't seem to be concerned about it too much. Just looks like he just wants this frame on the board without any sort of special breaks that he wants. So clearly just getting to get over the line, which you will do with the next color that you'll play after this red. So very much frame over here. 87 now, 67 is the gap now between the Williams and Guodong. 67 on the table will be 74 with this black going in. And indeed it is third frame here for Mark Williams. So probably a frame that I expected from Williams a little bit earlier, at least in the second one, but not the third one. But still important for him to get this one over the line with. All the way to Williams now. GG's in this frame. Yeah, absolutely GG's now. And it won't be any more than a break of 81 for Williams, though, as he messed up one of the shots along the cushion. So it won't be a century, but the most important part for it is a frame one here by Mark Williams. Once again, puts himself back ahead here, ahead of his battle with Xiao Guodong there. So haven't got any more tables alongside us, of course. We're now down to just a one table format. And the last semi-final, well, the second and the last of the semi-finals will be played in the afternoon session in 4 hours time from now. It will be between Mark Allen and Gary Wilson, the world number 12 and the world number 18 there. So we'll be looking nicely for both of them in terms of, Allen can try and get himself sort of in and around top 8, top 7, should he win the campaign, certainly top 9, should he progress to the final, and Wilson will, of course, himself be challenging for a top 15 spot, and a top 16 spot for the first time in a while, after not having the most of the standout performances last season, especially in the later part of the season. He had a pretty much ordinary campaign. Wasn't really impressed by his own performance. Just too many unforced errors there. But so far has been able to defeat some of the great opponents in these tournaments already. And he's yet to go through the semi-final and potentially a final stage. Should he be victorious today against Mark Allen, with him already defeating the likes of John Murphy, John Higgins, and the world number 1, Judd Trump, in the decider frame as well. So certainly Wilson coming into this match as the man in form, and Allen will be probably a little bit of an underdog, even though he is the higher seed in terms of the pure form. Wilson certainly will be the favourite, but Allen has made his way past some of his tough opponents as well, with him being Xiao, Hossein Wafei in the decider both of those matches. So certainly a tough campaign for him so far, as we're almost ready to get the fourth frame underway. But of course, beating Chepchoy in the last 16 match quite comfortably by 5 frames to 1, and beating Zach Zuerty with the same scoreline in the first round match as well. But now it is Mark Williams with a break-off shot to get the frame number 4 and the final one of the first mini session underway. He needs a decent break-off to once again keep the tendency of an early safety battle at the early stage of each of the frames so far, and has found that one of the Reds has gone away from the pack, so could be a chance here for Guodong to try and do something about it. And potentially can try and roll this one into the pocket, or at least quite close to it. Will be certainly in mind to land for the black. In the end doesn't. Misses the pot by quite some margin. Of course, doesn't leave anything away there for Williams. That was always the reason in itself why he's gone for that shot anyway. So once again, just an exchange of safeties. Looks like he'll be following up the opening shot there from Guodong. So an early shot free of risk, I would describe it as this safety doesn't seem to be too comfortable for him in terms of the red position, but in the end the cue ball control was brilliant there from Guodong, and Williams has got probably a cushion shot to follow up with, because I don't think you can see any of the reds in line with the cue ball. So just a roll up into the bunch, and nicely done there from Williams. Will like not to give away a touch and ball to his opponent, but looks like he has, as the referee kindly points to the camera which red ball the cue ball is touching there. So Guodong will have a chance to just play away from the reds and away from the target ball. Just has to use a perfect line for himself to try and do as much damage as possible there for Williams. In the end, decides to go for a straightforward shot, and a straightforward shot that I don't think he executed as well as he would have liked. One of the easiest shots of the match for him, and he wasn't able to put the cue ball dead on the cushion. So a little bit of distance between the cue ball and the edge of the table. And a shot there left for Williams, and a shot brilliantly taken there by Williams. So, you know, I'd say it was a minor miss there from Xiao Guodong. Well, if Williams takes this chance to the next level, it could be an absolutely, well, sort of gigantic miss, you know. Because Williams now has got 3 more reds, well, potentially 4 more reds to try and deal with. And that is, of course, excluding any of them he will develop in the process. How many more hours they will finish this game? I think around 2 more, sort of like that. So I think it will be finishing 2.5 from here, with a break in mind. Maybe a little bit less. I mean, it depends if Williams is going to run away with it. I don't think it's likely that Guodong will try and run away with it from here. And so far it's Mark Williams with a good break chance, as he this time goes for the top red, takes it out of the game, and we'll have a yellow to follow up. Once again, nice in terms of positioning. So could easily get something along the lines of 35 points with the next 2 reds, as he brings 1 more into play really nicely. Around 2 hours, was that what you said? Yes, around 2 hours from here, I think this match will be over. I think that will be a fair reflection on the way the first 3.5 frames have gone. I don't think it'll be a 6-1 performance from Williams, and even if it is, with the way that some of the frames have taken so much time, I don't think he'll be over in 1 hour time, as Williams is not happy that he landed straight on this red and just has to roll through the black. Clearly would have liked to do some damage to the position, but the main thing is for him is he's still on the run, and he's still at the table with a chance to continue the break. Goes into the reds that time around, and I think took the risk there for sure, Williams, but I'm pretty sure it paid off there for him. So has got a red into the right middle to try and potentially land on the view afterwards, but just catches there the edge of the jaw, and unlucky there, I would say, because he has played the cannon into the reds nicely, but maybe feels like he faded away slightly, and certainly was aiming for usage of that cushion that was further away from the middle pocket, but he has struck that one way too much into the cushion, into the jaw I should say, and in the end it is Xiao Guodong once again with a chance, and I would say a golden chance should he make this red, as he certainly does. Yeah, so 43 points. Don't think it will be too much of a gap here for Williams should Guodong get himself in with a chance, but doesn't land on the black perfectly straight away. So I think he'll struggle to have a straightforward path to the next red. Probably just has to take avoiding action here and try and sort of roll the black into the pocket with just as little pace as possible, and try and use one of those reds as the cushion for the cue ball. Goes against that and has got at least one of the reds lined up into the middle, so he's dealt with the problem nicely there. Of course, the main priority was to get the black in, which wasn't easy from that angle. In the end, he's managed to get away with it even better with developing the position. And every one of those reds, apart from the two that are sharing the left and the right cushion respectively, being in the play, so very much could find himself back in this frame, Xiao Guodong, to say the least, should he make the next 10 shots or so, with 5 reds available to him, 5 colors, should follow up with that, and you know, you play all those with the black, you get yourself 40 points, all of a sudden you're 13 points clear here with Mark Williams, with 2 more reds to try and potentially finish the job off. But now you'll start with the blue there, as he pots this red into the left middle. He's got a blue to follow up here into the right middle there. And then he's got nice shot selection there of the next red. I think the next pocket you'll play it in will be the left corner one. It's just a question of which red is he actually going to play. So now focus on the blue. Nicely done. And now has got one of the lowest reds to try and play into that left corner pocket. Can easily go back for the black now and try and give himself a little bit more control in terms of the cue ball position, but going a little bit too much on the angle for that red, only just about makes it into the pocket. So 20 points there. The gap now between Guodong and Williams still in Welshman's favour, but with Guodong being at the table and being in prime position, I feel like it's just a matter of time before it will be Chinese player ahead in this frame. So it looks like he'll go for another colour here once again, as he hasn't made his mind up yet. He tries to start sort of looking for the 2 reds that he has to try and deal with, obviously understanding right now that you need both of them should he try and win this frame. And the first one he's developed really nicely there from Guodong, so a brilliant shot from the positional side of things. Hasn't been his strongest aspect of the game, but needs to step it up now and get this blue in as well. Uses the cushion nicely in between the yellow and the brown. So once again has got a natural angle on the blue there. So this will be handy for Guodong, as potentially he needs to try and make damage to that remaining red on the cushion, the Last of Us, until he has a couple of more reds to try and play to. But lands pretty in between the 2 colors. I would have thought he would have been playing for the blue, but there was no reaction on his face, so probably still sticking to the plan here and just screwing back from the yellow on towards the reds. As I think one thing that would be positive here about the way Guodong has approached this frame and this break is that it doesn't seem to be focused on playing every single red with the black. It just seems to be focused on trying to clear up the entire table and make sure he's the last one to have any table time before the 15 minutes break here in the opening session. Has done everything right so far in the break of 39, making that 40. Lands himself with just slightly more of an angle on the black than he would have liked, so may have to go for the pink into the middle, with it being once again quite favourable in terms of the angle, so shouldn't be any more of an issue. And nicely done there. The pin goes straight into the heart of a pocket. As Guodong now, for the first time in this frame, he's ahead in terms of the points. And now we're trying to damage now with the next 4 shots being really key in this frame. You know, has got a red now to line himself nicely on the colour. And the next colour being the most important of them all. To try and develop the red to some sort of extent. Don't think you can be landing in behind that red to play into the middle, because there's just no room for the cue ball to be in there. So certainly it's going to be a cannon there to the red. And he's played it with a mind of that, so he's played it in towards the middle. But I'm not too sure if he landed on anything, as the delay he took on that shot, so certainly seems like he hasn't, and that red doesn't go past the green. So it looks like we're not over the line quite yet, and the current break of 53 is going to be hard for him to sort of continue and build on. For now, needs to find a safety shot. As you can see the confirmation on your screen, it's not going to be easy for him. And it's certainly not going to be possible for him to get past that green into the green pocket. So once again, just a safety. I think he'll try and use the blue to his advantage. But just to what extent is the question. And nicely done there on the blue. So lands the cue ball right in behind it, with the red ball resting on the cushion there. So shouldn't be difficult for Williams to try and get the most out of this in terms of just landing on the red and hitting it, but needs to be careful in terms of the power. And what on earth is he played there? He missed the red in its entirety, and I think he'll be really lucky not to give away a free ball there. He gives away 4 points to his opponent. Red available for Williams? No, it's not, and he's nearly thrown a frame away there. I mean, I don't know why on earth he's playing this with so much power. Surely, what the hell exactly? Like, surely you just try and roll up to it and not just hit and hope for it. I mean, he's still in this frame, but once again, he's gone for lighter of a shot this time, but he's given it away there. It's not the easiest of shots for Guodong, but it's certainly the one that you would expect him to take. And Williams just throwing this match away for himself. I'm not too sure if he just can't find a safety shot to play from the cushion, but surely any sort of attempt would be better than just, you know, hitting and hoping, with all 6 colours being on the spots until the last shot of his. Now Brown has gone very much closely to the left corner there. Guodong now with a potential frame ball in terms of the positional side of things. Needs to land on the colour after it, and the cue ball is going to be quite close to the pocket, but in the end lands away from it. So when I say frame ball, I mean like from the positional side of things. He's got a blue, a yellow, and a red, and a green there to pot, and he will be away in this 4th frame, and we'll finish the first mini session with it being 2-all there. So the blue is in. He's in the prime position for the yellow with 27 points on the table. The gap is already at 20, so needs a yellow and the green here to punish Williams for his mistakes in the 4th frame, and certainly for a very weird shot selection in my point of view. There's now a straightforward frame ball here for Xiao Guodong. We'll be looking to make a total clearance potentially here of 33 if he wants to. Therefore weird. Well, I mean, Williams is known for his sort of I don't care attitude on the safety side of things, but not to that extent, especially not in the semi-finals, and not when it's a chance for his opponent to go level with him in terms of frames won. Once again, so just a little bit of practice there for him, as nice blue goes into the green pocket. So looks like you'll be an end of a frame here, with Xiao Guodong leaving none of the colors apart from the white here on the table, as the black disappears in itself as well. The crowd will be applauding that, as it is Xiao Guodong winning the 4th frame, and we will have both players heading into the interval with them winning 2 frames each. Mark Williams won the opening frame. Xiao Guodong has tied things up in the 2nd one. Williams was able to find himself with the lead once again in the 3rd one, and in the end it is Xiao Guodong that finds himself winning the last frame and leveling things up once again here. So nothing to separate the 2 players, and we'll be back for some more action in frame number 5 in 15 minutes time. Feel free to stay tuned, and for now, if you like the content and you're enjoying it, feel free to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel for more snooker content like this. We'll be back in 15 minutes time. As once again, thank you for your patience. We're back after the intermission, and we're back with a brilliant break-off here from Xiao Guodong. Williams now will have to use the right side cushion there to get out of danger there, and hopefully not leave anything easy for his opponent. And so far, he has managed to do in the early stages of the frames, but in the latter ones, he just seems to be losing patience. And sometimes the concentration goes with that as well. And Xiao Guodong just seems to be finding more rhythm here in the last couple of frames. But it is now, of course, 2 frames each on the board for 2 players. So nothing to separate them in terms of the points tally for now. And Williams will be very much keen to get himself back ahead with the lead. But he's going to need a little bit better safeties than the one he's just played, leaving Guodong with a chance earlier on. So far it has been the battle of the safeties in the early stages of the frame, but you have to say it's been really enjoyable to watch from the neutral's perspective, simply for the fact of the quality of the safety actually being one of the best aspects of the game. The long potting of Guodong hasn't, and he's missed another one there. So Williams will now have a long pot to himself to try and respond. So we'll potentially go for the other option, being just into the left corner there, but not too sure it's going to be easy for him to land on the color afterwards. Needs to skid off the red and land on the blue. Does exactly that really nicely there. Has got a shot selection indeed now of either blue or pink. So after Guodong not taking his chance, it is now the Welsh spotting machine, Mark Williams, with a decent chance in frame number 5 earlier on. Another thing about Williams, of course, has been his inability to get the most out of those breaks and out of those chances, especially the earlier you are in the frame, the more unlikely Williams does seem to be seen to take those chances from the first time of asking. So the pink looks like he'll just go into the spot that seems like it can take, as the referee will just check that, and there you go. So the black spot is still available for the dedicated color to come back should Williams need to use that one, but for now seems to be displaying in and around the blue, getting 8 points to his name, and has got a chance to go into the bunch here, but let's see if he'll do that. So decides to go for the other option, so clearly has got a red underneath the bunch to try and play for. Has run a bit too far there, Williams. I think he'll be alright in terms of potting the red, but yeah, he doesn't seem to be too convinced by the angle he's got, so go for a plan B option, a much tougher red into the green corner, and yeah, you got to miss that one. So once again, the 2 players coming back after the interval in the shape that, well, they sort of ended it with them not necessarily making the most out of the breaks and the chances that presented to themselves. Guodong once again will try and use the same red to his advantage. Hello, TT, you're back. Nice to see you. And yeah, we're very much back in action here. And probably back in action the same way we've ended the action on the first mini session. Guodong will have a long shot here to try and attempt himself into the left corner. Same red that Williams has missed into the green pocket. The position very much still a struggle in terms of the break opportunities. What's wrong with Williams? Not too sure, but I wouldn't really just put it to Williams, as Guodong now has a good long pot of his own. Now on the blue. So probably will go into the bunch of reds, and does indeed do that. Catches more of the pink than the actual reds. And unless there's a plan somewhere in around, I think it'll be the end of a break for Xiao as well. So yeah, that's my point really. If you're going to say what's wrong with Williams, you're going to say what's wrong with Xiao, because I don't think the Chinese player's really been any better than the Welshman in terms of taking these chances and being more clinical in terms of the break building. Haven't seen any centuries yet, and the highest break of the match is held by Mark Williams, it being a value of 81 that was achieved in frame number 3 there. Once again, Williams comes back to the table after a safety shot there from Guodong. And it's now Williams that will potentially try and cut that red into the middle, but instead he goes for a brilliant long pot into the right corner pocket, lands himself nicely on the blue, and gives himself a second chance straight away here. Yeah, Williams, all the way to you. Well, I mean, absolutely it is now, Mark. Very much at the table and in the driver's seat, I would say as well, at least for the time being, and then time will tell how long until you become a passenger once again. And let the man from China drive his car. For now, he hasn't ended with a brilliant angle on the blue here. And we'll need to use a cushion to do some damage to the reds. And yeah, so he's gone for it without the cushion and never had enough angle to do that. Clearly just couldn't find the best way of doing it from the cushion either. So had to do it that way of asking. In the end, has got just a safety to his name. So the break of 13 and 12 there from Williams. And once again, back comes Xiao to the table. Will be looking to make the job a little bit easier for himself in the coming shots, and so far it's a decent safety this is from Williams, and Guodong needs to respond with one of his own. So once again taking his time there, tries to find the edge of one of the reds on the right hand side of the bunch. Goes head on into the green, but gets a really lucky kiss there to land in behind the brown. So once again, a hand of apology there goes on from Guodong, which had to use that hand quite a few times already. With the most remarkable one and memorable one will be the one that he's gone into the yellow pocket for a shot there of a long pot, and has missed that one. The red ball has bounced onto the side cushion of the right hand side of the table and has bounced back into the pocket there on the yellow. Nice snooker. Well, really lucky there from Guodong. Nice to see him at least acknowledging that, but I don't think Williams will care about that. All he'll care about is get a little bit of luck come his way, and for now get out of this position. As the way that the reds split up here, it's not going to be easy to do that without leaving anything straightforward here for Guodong. So certainly nothing in his mind as of yet, as Williams just gives a little bit of a look there to the camera, just as if to tell, I have no clue what I'm going to play. And I hope, as he scratches his head once again, and I hope I'll find something here, but yeah, seems to be absolutely nothing that he can see. So the option I will consider is try to roll up from 2 cushions and try to roll up to one of the lonely reds that is split up from the pack. But you'd still consider to be giving away a shot. Head scratcher indeed. Well, we all know what happened there. I think it was coming. A little hidden hope shot, and in the end, reds are too open. Well, yeah, but wait till you see the shot he's played there, and wait till you see the position that Guodong has ended up with. He's ended up with absolutely nothing, unless he can find some sort of angle to the middle. But yeah, I mean, what on earth? How on earth has he got away with it, Williams? He went full Ronnie mode. Well, I would say he went full Stephen Maguire mode. I think it was Maguire that invented that sort of shot. Ronnie has very much taken that one away from him, and Williams and pretty much half of the players on tour are now aware of that shot. As Guodong goes for a straightforward safety of his own, just pushes one of the reds onto the right side cushion, leaves it available for Williams to try and play. But once again, not giving anything easy away to the Welshman. And this time, a brilliant shot there and a brilliant judgment there in terms of the positional play. The red has gone right into pack there, so certainly nothing easy for Guodong. I think he'll have a potential shot into the right, into the left corner there, but with no angle on the cue ball, I think it'll be difficult to neutralize it. Yeah. Once again, a 50-50 safety battle, which we've seen a lot of in the first 4 frames, and I have to say, with them being real high quality, it's been a pleasure to watch. Probably even more pleasure to watch the safety battle than it's been the break building, with those being the aspects of struggle for both players, as Guodong tries to go for a long shot there. It was a long shot in terms of the chance of him making it, but in the end, once again demonstrating a good cue ball control and putting it away from the danger. Once again, Williams, there will have a shot of his own. And needs to avoid the brown here for the best possible result. Doesn't. Gets the kiss off the right side there. So we'll have to see if Guodong has something to the left-hand side. Well, he certainly has one to the right. The problem for him there is the cue ball seems to be going right into the reds. And its deck trajectory is going to be difficult to judge. For now, has to just take his time on this shot, and it does seem to be going for it with a little bit of backspin, so maybe just trying to go around these reds. But a difficult shot, and he's managed it in terms of getting the cue ball and avoiding the contact, but he's missed the pop there, and even though he has managed it, he still gives away a really good chance here for Williams to put the frame to bed for the 3rd time of asking once again. Both players have not been able to do that from the first time of their break visit to the table. Williams has got a 3rd opportunity in this frame alone here. Starts off with a decent red there, but I have to say I'm not too sure what on earth he's played there. As from the angle I'm watching, I'm not sure he's landed on the pink here. And if he hasn't, it's a massive blunder. Seems to be taking it really quickly, so probably just the angle being misleading. And it is indeed, as he comfortably pots the pink there. So doesn't land on any of the reds comfortably though. Has got a couple into the right corner, into the left corner or the right middle. But none of them are easy. So seems to land exactly in between all of them. Because once again, I don't think it'd be acceptable for any of the players on tour to be given the 3 chances that Williams has had and not have a frame one there. But so far he stays in it, but looks like he'll only be for a matter of 1 more shot. As once again, it looks like it'll just be a snooker here in behind the brown. And there you go. So a break of 8 there. Ends for Mark Williams, so he ended up with a decent snooker on Xiao Guodong, but would have liked to end up with a lot more points to his name, with it being 33 after 3 decent break attempts. Now Guodong will have to find 2, maybe, or at least 3, I would say, cushion escape from this position, unless he decides to go for the left-hand side. And hasn't really got any race to try and roll up to here, so I won't be too surprised if we see another hit and hope, with it not necessarily being the style of Guodong though. So I think he'll give it a shot, and I think he'll be put back exactly where he was there, Guodong, because that's not going to do Williams any favour. As it's 4 points now to Mark Williams, as he just misses away from giving away 7 points. Was really close to cashing the black first. So once again, attempt number 2 here for Xiao Guodong. The referee just making sure that the cue ball is in exact position as it was previously. And whilst he does that, I just want to see who's the favourite considered to be in this match. So Williams at this moment in time. So 152 his name with 250 on Xiao Guodong to win the semi-final. Now, has he got it this time? It doesn't look like it. And he's got to be a lot more close to the black, but no. And another 4 points given away to Williams, but more importantly, the position given away to Mark Williams. And a chance to do the damage from the 4th time of asking this time, as in the end, he's done a really good job there, Williams, in fairness to him, of, not going for an aggressive shot on one of the ball colours. In the end, just deciding to end up with a snooker, earning 8 points from it, and now already getting 7 points on the next break. So certainly a good IQ move in terms of the positional sense from Williams. Clearly studied the position beforehand and realized it was going to be difficult for Guodong to try and get out of that situation. As now finds himself very much in control of the position and only needing a couple of more pots to once again be the man ahead. So once again another red goes in. So for now, Williams decides to take it easy and be playing in and around the pink. Doesn't want to be risking the position on the black to try and bring the most expensive color to his spot. So the pink will very much do the damage here, as the damage has already been done, it would seem. So 2 more shots here for a frame win guaranteed here for Williams. Williams is so relaxed, Kevin. Yeah, nice to see you, my friend. Absolutely. I mean, you never see him stressed anyway. I mean, the worst signs, I was feeling like he might lose that match against Selby in last 16. I think that was probably the biggest scare of the tournament for him. Because apart from that, it was quite straightforward, almost too relaxed at times. Well, yeah, but surely it's one of the tactics. I mean, the thing that he was doing in frame 4 was barely acceptable. You know, you can only allow that because he's a professional that he is, and it's clearly the style of the game that suits him. But it was a little bit of a waste of a frame there, but seems to recover. And from the first time of asking, once he comes back to the table after a 15-minute interval, he is now back with a decent break of 42 already, looking to make that around 60-ish value. As brings another red into play, sacrifices the position on the color, so could very much be the last shot of the frame here. As he goes for the black on the stretch here, into the left corner. Makes it though, so break not over just yet, and another break of 50 here for Williams. It would be nice for him to get some more table time than, he's managed. And this time it is from the 4th time of asking. He does indeed close out a frame. You could sort of say this from the 3rd time, as Guodong never had a chance ever since that snooker was laid on him. Now Williams has a brown into the middle after splitting the red. After splitting the green and the brown. What a shot he's played there. Absolutely rocketed that brown into the middle. And from that angle, you never see those ones going in. But Williams finding a magic touch there. Getting the yellow in as well. So could still end up with a break of 80. Wouldn't quite be 82, I should say. So would be his highest break of the match. Surpassing 81. Achieved in frame number 3. And Guodong will have to remain on 53 to his name, and certainly not the stat that he'll be looking forward to reading back. If he does indeed decide to study this match at some point over the next couple of days. And Williams seems to be flowing here and certainly relaxed, as you say. Has 2 more shots here for the highest break of the match for him. Don't think he'll be taking the black on, as he tried to play a little bit of an exhibition shot on the pink. So unlikely to put it from here, especially with that kind of power. So ends up on the break of 72 there. So not quite the strongest for him. But in the end, that will do the damage to Xiao Guodong. And we'll have Mark Williams leading by 3 frames to 2. Once again in his hunt for a 48th career semi-final in terms of the ranking events. Final, I should say. You know, him having 76 semi-finals ranking, especially most of them have came not the sort of last year's, and there was another stat that I was looking for that I'll just double check for you. So in the ranking events, he has won. Let me just go on to the Q tracker just to have a look for you. So it doesn't seem to be giving. So I'll get it up in a little bit of a while. But another stat I've got for you here is in terms of head-to-head with Xiao Guodong, he's had only 3 professional matches with a current Chinese player. And he's managed to win all 3 of them, with the last one coming at the final of the Champions in 2023. Williams winning that one 10 frames to 6. Of course, another one that they've clashed in was a couple of years before that, was in English Open last 64, so a lot less to it. Williams winning that one by 4 frames to 1. And the last one was, of course, a couple of exhibition matches that they played as well. And the last one was in the Championship League. Williams winning that one by 3 frames to 1. And the time where the snooker shootout wasn't counted as a potential ranking event, there was one more win to Williams' name, winning against Xiao Guodong a couple of years before that with 29 to 28 points, so clinching that one by only a single point in the snooker shootout match. So there you go. Guodong has never won against Williams in the professional ranking events. We'll be looking to make that first time of hopefully many for him, but doesn't seem likely at this moment in time. He still has a lot of work to do ahead of that happening. So he's one of the most improved player in the last couple of years. There's been a few, but he's certainly one of them. I mean, you never would have thought, I mean, I would have never thought, I've never heard of him really until 3 years ago of being a massive top 32, top 16 player. Now all of a sudden, for the last 2 years, he's been one of those most aggressive and the most feared players on tour, really. Certainly from the Chinese side. He probably was second best Chinese player last season after Xiao Xington, you know, of course, overshadowing any sort of performance from Xiao Guodong by winning the World Championship campaign. But apart from that, you know, him winning ranking events, winning the first one of his career at his home event in China at this very tournament last year. It was a great point for him, of course, reaching a couple of more ranking finals, and pretty much, I'm pretty sure he's gone in the semi-final of the Players' Championship as well. We'll have to double check that a little bit later as well. But for now, he's got a lot of work to do here. As for now, it is Williams and Guodong exchanging safeties as they have been doing throughout this campaign of the match. And Guodong now has got a long shot into the left corner pocket. So needs to cue this one nicely, potentially for the black. Depends how confident is he in making it. So he was pretty confident because he has gone for the black. But he's missed that red by finest of margins. So the red has now gone towards the bulk area, and Williams will now have a look if there's any chance of him going for this plant into the right corner pocket. So seems to having a good look at it, so which is usually a sign that you'll be taking it on here. Williams can afford it to an extent there, but misses it by some margin, and almost a mile he missed it by. You know, it was almost like he was playing it on the other table. He was so far away from that pot, but Guodong now won't have anything easy to him as the black came to the rescue there of Williams, obviously playing with that in mind, that he's got a chance of missing that red, and landing on the black there nicely. Has got a shot into the right middle here, Xiao Guodong. Needs to make it, and we'll probably try and aim for either green or blue there, you would assume. Depends on which one he can land at, but he certainly wasn't aiming for the jaws of the pocket. And the question is, has he got away with it? I don't think he has. He's got a straightforward yellow now, but the angle on it is not going to be favourable. Can he get through to the green though, is the question. Looks like he can. He'll be feeling pretty lucky after that shot then. With him catching the jaw favourably in the end to land on at least one of the colours comfortably. Guodong always been out there in the contention. Yeah, but certainly in the last 2 years, I mean, he's been taken to the next step. I mean, he's never been a top 16, top 32 player. And all of a sudden he established himself as very much one of those. You know, winning a ranking event always helps you. Surpassing Jack Lisowski in that sort of aspect as well. And, you know, being ahead of players like Xiao, Wu Yize, Gary Wilson, Mark Allen. So being highest ranking seed apart from Williams in this tournament, and remaining, should he beat Williams, you would assume, especially on paper, he will become a massive favourite for the final, with Gary Wilson, Mark Allen very much being, and very much having the battle of underdogs. And I do feel actually with both Wilson and Allen, none of them really strike me as the players of 19 frames, if you know what I mean. Like, they can win 6 frames against you, but I really don't see. I mean, this will be a nice clip for Sunday morning if one of them does in the end win the final, but I really don't see either of them just winning, especially running away with it in the 10 frame campaign and sort of saying, you know what, I didn't have a particularly good start to the season, but I'll roll up to China, I'll roll up to Wuhan Open, and I'll be the man to beat here. Could still happen, and we don't even know who's going to be the first semi-finalist, let alone the finalist, let alone the second one, with Williams and Guodong not having a lot in between them. 19 points now in favour of Xiao here. Got 2 more reds to try and potentially make use of after this black. Doesn't necessarily like that he's landed really straight on these blacks, so has to use a lot of backspin and potentially a cushion here. So nicely done in the end. Even overrun that one slightly, so which will come in handy for the black. And leave himself with an option to go for the middle as well, but I think that one will be more favourable for him to land on the blue and trying to split up the bunch in the upcoming couple of shots. For now, just the red and one of the last straightforward shots on the black, but in the end, missing a red there. So always looked like he was going to catch the wrong side of the jaw there, and the break ends there for Xiao Guodong on 26. Let's see what Williams has got to do here. So just rolls up that red towards the other, so makes it a plant along the cushion, and now has got this position to work with himself there. Williams, of course, not the first time this match that either player hasn't managed to take the most out of the position they had, with both Williams and Guodong being quite famous in this frame and in this match already for being wasteful with their chances. But Williams now, with less red balls to deal with, finds himself with a tough angle on the black. So has to go around the cushion there and land on the red. Needs to make sure the black is in though, and it is. So a break of 14 already. Williams looking to make that a break of 22 shortly. And all of a sudden he'll be sort of setting up the pace for this frame as he lands himself with a huge angle on the blue. But the thing that concerns me before he plays his shot is the pink position, and I just feel like, is he going to catch the pink first? Yeah, and there you go. It was always coming. I promise you, I wasn't watching that before you all, and he was always just going to catch that pink first, unless he was going to go from the left side of the bunch and just leave himself with absolutely nothing to play for. And just a safety, which is well managed there, to be fair to Williams. And once again, the positional play switches up, with Guodong coming back to the table for another safety exchange. Williams leading, of course, by 3 frames to 2, with Guodong leading by 26 points to 20 in this current frame. as he tries to use that 2-cushion escape to his measure. Does that really nicely, judges the pace of the cue ball just about to perfection, you know, a couple of more centimeters and he could have left Williams with a potential pot chance. In the end, straight away there, a safety there played by Williams. And just the left side of the bunch to try and deal with for Williams. And does that one nicely, leaves Guodong with a complicated shot in the end, executed not so well there. So Guodong was quite quick to take it and has left the red over the pocket. But the question is, can he see it behind the... Can he see the past the blue? And he can't is the answer. So we'll have to play that one into the red from the cushion and just put it safe there, or try to do that. I think we'll do for the save option for the 2-cushion escape. In the end, lands it well, but is he going to be well enough? The line there just seems to be a little inviting there for Guodong to try and potentially take that one into the corner pocket. I think he'll refuse it with so little distance between the cue ball and the red. And in the end, just going for the safe option there. Pushes the green towards his own pocket. The cue ball position is not quite as nice as you would assume it to be. And now Williams will have a chance of a long pot should he take it on. And I don't know what on earth he took on, but he took on the black there. I think he sort of forgot that he had to take the red first. And he gives away 7 points to Guodong, but more importantly, he gives away a good position there to Guodong. And I don't know how on earth he managed to miss the reds in their entirety, catch the black there. Guodong doesn't seem to be too amused by it, so a sign that he hasn't got a straightforward shot into this match and into this frame. And you can see there, so I'm not too sure what he's asking there. He's laughing about it, so he's going to ask the referee to put the cue ball and the black ball exactly where they were. So that's going to take some time for him. But yeah, it's rarely you see that where a player giving away the position like that, and then the opposite player just saying to you, you know what, I just don't see the point of doing that. And yeah, the referee will have a lot of work to do there. And yeah, so 3 reds he needs to sort out now. And at least a cue ball as well. So it's going to take some time this for the referee. And we've got a little bit of a delay in the game. But it certainly is an important shot, as almost the first red now is sorted. So it's quite close to being in the exact position as it is. So once again, I would expect this to take a couple of minutes here at least for the referee to sort out. For now, there's not a lot of matches to have a look at, with it being the only one that is played. But the thing that you have to consider, and the thing that we can talk about, is should this frame go to 3-all, who becomes the favourite for the remaining best of 3 sort of you go to, with it being 3-all square there? I think you have to go with Williams in terms of experience, but surely at this point of the match, that tiredness and the fatigue that Williams has been talking about for some of the rounds, not all of them, especially not after yesterday's 6-frame performance against Zhang Anda, but is that going to be experience for him, or is that going to be tiredness for him? That's the sort of thing that I would be concerned about. I think for Guodong, you'll always be in there and thereabout. It's never going to be a favour against Mark Williams when he's still very much on the top of his game. As finally the referee sorts out here for the position between the reds and the cue ball. And now the shot here for Williams to follow up to try and find himself in a better position than he was. Question is, where's the cue ball going to end up? So touches the green there, so uses that one as a little cushion, but in the end a brilliant shot, executed really nicely from Williams, especially in terms of the way the cue ball was heading anyway, and the Reds' position that they've ended up with. So Guodong now acknowledges that with a tap on the table, and now has a shot to find himself there. Just has to see and has to be a little bit careful in terms of what you can do in here. Has to judge the sort of shot that he plays to an absolute perfection. In the end, it goes for the pair of the two reds on the left hand side. So quite close to the pink spot there. But being the closest to the left side cushion, in the end manages that one absolutely perfectly, with the cue ball landing exactly on the cushion. So once again, a safety play from both players have been on an extremely good level. I mean, it's just the actual break building and the pot success that struggle for both of them. You know, long pots, sort of the positional play, even trying to pot those reds that you would expect the kind of professionals that these two are to be potting. Have not been kind to either of them. But this time Williams with not such a good safety and a chance for Guodong to try and go thinly on this red and try and pot it into the pocket. So we'll see where's the cue ball going to end up, as it seems to be going into a couple of more reds. So not too sure what he can do in that particular position, but for now, has to sort out the cue ball as his priority, and just to make sure he takes the red ball out of the pocket at least. You know, potting it I think will be a bonus for him, but can't afford to be leaving a red like that next to the corner pocket. So goes for it in the end and gets it. So was always going to catch the reds there, but has landed pretty much perfectly on the blue from the position that he was. And surely now a break to end frame number 6 here. And indeed put us into 3-all draw. Still has probably 30 points here that he has to score here. Guodong from this position, but as I say, I still see at least 3 reds in favourable position to him, with one of them free up another one should the first one disappear. As for now on the blue and rolls up to the last remaining red on the bulk area. So 19 points clear now with 83 on the table. Does seem like a lot, but when you take away those 3 reds, you know, all of a sudden it's going to be like, what, 59 points on the table. And the gap for Guodong will be significant at that time of asking. So the 3 reds seem to be covered up there. 2 of them quite close to the pink that is covering there. The good angle of a right corner pocket. 1 more being a little bit further up on the side cushion. For now, Guodong has to deal with 4 reds that he's got in open play. 2 of them being easy, the other 2 not so much. But for now decides to take the green out of the equation. So certainly, once again, the approach from Guodong has been clearing up the table and not going for the high value colours just to get himself a bigger of a gap. So not really the approach that you see a lot of the times in snooker, especially in the semi-final, where the players try to have the gap as the priority and then elimination of the reds and just clearing up the table as the second priority for them. But that transition from green to red has been perfect there for Guodong. Once again has a black to play there, but I'm happy with himself as has got way too much angle on the black, and does seem like if he is to end up on one of the reds, he'll have to use the ball cushion area, which is always incredibly difficult to do from the black, especially on the angle he ended up there, making his job a lot harder than it should have been. You know, looking to just end up on break of 18, leaving 59 on the table and giving himself a lead of 32. Could have been a lot better there from Guodong. But it's still potentially on his back, so I think he's exploiting the sort of option where can he put that cue ball, get it past all the colours that are going to be on his way, and try and get it back down for one of those 2 reds. Let's see if that will be the case. Now needs to focus on the pot there. Found a gap there in between the brown and the green. The black is comfortably in as well. And what a shot this is looking to be like. He's got a little bit unlucky there in the end, Guodong, but this has to be the shot of the match so far. In terms of the positional play, absolutely perfectly played there from Guodong. You know, he played it from 3 cushions, the entire side of the table covered twice there. And landed really nicely on the red here. Game on, absolutely game on. And he certainly will be, should he pot the next couple of reds and get himself the third frame on the board and put it all to square once again. So it would be Williams getting in front for 3 times in a row, and it will be Guodong closing that lead down once again for the 3rd time in a row once again. So very much a pattern there that you can see. Williams winning the first frame of the 2 and then Guodong responding with a winner of his own. There's a nice little cluster there and a cannon onto the reds. Does end up with 1 onto the right middle, which I think he'll take, having 37 points as his gap. So we'll still need 1 more red there, but once again, with 2 of those being on the cushion and 1 of them being comfortably behind the pink, you'd feel like the shot he's played there from the black to transition himself onto the lower side of the table has been absolutely massive in his frame. Misses a yellow there, needs a good kiss on the red, and hasn't really got that, so has got either a difficult blue or a difficult black to face. 38 points clear, 51 on the table. So not ideal this from Guodong, especially if you take into account that he needs 1 more red. So 2 shots away here from potting the frame ball, but at this moment in time doesn't seem like it's too likely from the position he finds himself in. And so we'll just go for the transition from the top part of the table onto the bottom from the blue. Finds himself in a good angle, but in the end the blue just stays out. So a waste there from Xiao in the end, and look at that. What a shame that is for him, as he lands perfectly on this red. But the problem for him will be he just landed perfectly on the red for his opponent. Was so close to putting that blue, but he basically just jumped out of the pocket after being in it already. Williams now has got a rest shot there. A pretty straight one. So you would assume he'll take the pink out of the pocket there. Allow 1 of the reds to go into it. And yeah, so it could be a massive turning point in this frame and in this match. Has to take out that pink. Well, yeah. Now he has got 1 more issue here of, well, first he's got not the easiest shots with the rest to deal with. And deals with it nicely. But the issue that I was talking about is the last remaining red on the cushion. So has got an angle on the black to try and potentially cannon it. Don't think he'll be playing for the double for the 2nd time after doing that in the opening frame. So decides to go in behind it. So a risky shot to take on. Especially with him needing the rest here, you can see. So being 23 points down. It's, yeah, important shot this is. And a massive difference, remember, between having a 4-2 lead or a 3-all draw here. If he pots it GG's. And really good shot there for him. So in the end makes it. And could still go for either brown or blue here. Blue to the middle, brown to the corner. But it's not perfect on either of them. I think this shot is still a lot big frame, absolutely. Wrong moment to drop your cue low. You know what? Because I'm watching from audio, I did see Guodong messing up with his cue or something. I thought he was just checking it because he was in the picture. But I don't think it impacted massively Williams on the previous shot, but not sure if it impacted him on this one because he has missed the blue there. And come on. Well, you should be making it from that angle. What a mistake. Yeah. Should be making it. And Guodong now, unless he's got blue covering that pocket, should put the frame to bed here. And get himself a 3-all draw indeed. But maybe it was a strategy. You never know. To drop your cue ball just in the right moment. I don't think it was, to be fair. I think Guodong comes away as a really good person in the sports machine terms. As the cameraman tries to get the best angle possible on the yellow, so a little bit wobbly there. He can get through, but only just. But I think it's pressure on those shots, and he misses it. So Williams is still in this, and a lucky kiss there from Guodong leaves Williams in a difficult safety position, potentially snookered. Yeah, he dropped his cue right as Mark was about to shoot. Well, as I say, not a fan of conspiracy theories, but if that was someone like Matthew Selt, I mean, you can't tell me that the media wouldn't be all over it, saying he's done that on purpose. I mean, anyway, Guodong now with once again a chance to shoot into the green pocket, and an alternative was the safety play. I think he'll go for the first option though, with the way he's lined up this shot, and he has, and he's got it. So not quite the frame ball yet there for Guodong. Still 24 points clear, 25 on the table, so does need the green. So that yellow doesn't give him anything because he hasn't got a position on the green here. So he's got it all to do once again here. And yeah, not looking good for him. Scrappy frame, very, very scrappy, very scrappy. Take this frame, Williams. He doesn't look like he's the favourite, especially with the shot Guodong just played there. Brilliant snooker laid on. I mean, the only little problem for Guodong is the green has ended up quite closely to the cushion. So you'll feel like you'd catch it on the way back there. Playing off the left side cushion and on the black cushion there. Does exactly that. Was really close to potting it, funnily enough. And where's the green ball going to end up? Just passes the pink area. So he's going to end up nicely for Guodong for a safety. I don't think he's going to go for another long pot here, with him making the last two, but he wouldn't feel like this is the kind of frame to make it 3 in a row. It'll be difficult for him. It's 25 points on the table remaining, 24 being the gap here to advantage of the Chinese, world number 14. And let's see what you can do from here. I think usually if the green would have been a little bit closer to the white, you would assume a snooker being potentially laid. But for now, can potentially try to take it on to the middle. I don't think he was attempting a long shot there, so just a safety to try and get the cue ball in and around the brown area. Potentially put that one even further down the cushion, so good attempt. Hasn't quite worked out. And Williams is back to the table. Once again uses that hitting the cushion first shot, but the green seems to be rolling towards the green pocket, so with the angle Guodong has got now, I think he certainly can try and go for this shot. As long as he puts a lot of distance between the cue ball and the green, you know, you could always leave the green over the pocket, but if the angle is not there, it'll be difficult for Williams to land on the brown with those two being so close to each other. So needs to get the white away and then try and potentially get the green in and around the area. So pots it in the end, so the frame ball is in. So 27 points, so 2 snookers needed now for Williams. Bad shot, Williams. Yeah, it is a bad shot. I was thinking what you're saying there. Yeah, it is a bad shot from Williams indeed. As Guodong now has a break of 3 to his name on the green. Now just needs to hit the brown here, transition it to the lower side of the table, and probably that will be frame over, as I don't think Williams will be coming back to the table. He is coming back to the table, so he doesn't feel like it's over. I don't know what you feel, but I certainly feel like this frame is over with him fighting 2 snookers on the 4 colors, I was going to say, but now he just spotted the brown. So him finding a snooker on the blue to tie, but surely that's not going to happen with just 3 colors left there. Not too sure once again what the intention was behind. I don't think it is to disrupt the rhythm from Xiao Guodong, as I don't think there's been any sort of rhythm, especially in this frame. It's, yeah, no idea why. So Williams just played 1 shot on the blue there, but I'm not too sure what on earth he was trying to do to himself. He was absolutely nowhere near to laying his snooker there, but I suppose you give it a try, and if it doesn't work out, you just concede a frame. And it is a frame to Xiao Guodong there. As I just fix the scoreboard there. So yeah, 3 frames all now after the opening 6 frames, and we could still be here for at least 2 more and potentially 5 more there in terms of, you know, at least 3 more, I would say, because I forgot that is best of 11, not best of 9. And one player has to reach 6 frames. One for now, it is 3 frames each, so both of them halfway there, but also both of them struggling to get 2 frames in a row one there, as you know, it's been very much 1 frame each one with a very specific pattern as well. Williams winning the first one. Guodong even things up, then once again Williams with a win. Guodong levels things up, Williams with another win in the frame, and as we've just seen a couple of moments ago, Xiao Guodong once again has leveled things up here in the semi-final. Bit close, I think. I think it could still be 6-3 win. I think if one of those players finally, in the next frame, finds a sort of momentum, I think it'll be difficult for Williams to do that, because if he gets himself 4-3 ahead once again, Guodong will just feel like, well, you know, it's just part 2 of the script. Now I just have to win that frame back, and I'll be in with a chance. But if Guodong wins 2 frames from here, he'll be 3 frames on the bounce. I think he'll be with a massive chance for himself. We'll have to see, though. Anything could happen, as you know, especially in snooker, with him being one of the most unpredictable sports, with favorites not winning quite as many times as you would expect them to, and as they do in other sports. And with the game taken frame by frame, it's still anyone's chance here to book their spot to the final. As needs to get a good start here, either of them, to land a chance of some sort. It will be both of them coming back pretty much the same time, taking a toilet break after quite a lengthy frame number 6. So on day number 6, of course. So had a long campaign, those two already. I think Williams will be feeling a little bit more of that, having played with more action than Guodong in the Saudi Arabian Masters. But it will be Xiao Guodong with a break here in frame number 7. Needs this frame on the board to finally get himself ahead for the first time in this match. Mark Williams will be desperate to make sure that doesn't happen, as he gets himself with another 4-3 lead now. As once again, a decent break-off from Guodong. Haven't seen too many openers from the break-offs. Williams has got one lined up here, though. A long pot with a potential transition onto the blue. And missed that time around. And once again, he has been playing for the blue. So, as I say, a chance here for Guodong. And a really good chance if you look at the position of the Reds, at least 5 of them being available. Thank you for your great coverage. No worries. Appreciate the support, especially in the chat. And for anyone's watching. Guodong now with a good shot to his name. And lands nicely on the black there. So I think we'll go for a screw back on one of those Reds. Depends if they're not in the sort of line of each other. Onto the corner pockets. So does indeed go for a screw back. So would expect him to avoid using the cushion there. So he decides to go for a plan B, in my view. Obviously for plan A for himself, and just go over the top there of the entire bunch of Reds. And just line one up into the right corner. So the more difficult of the two to find the color from. But certainly not in terms of potting it, as still a straightforward chance for him. Once again, the red is in, so this time it will be the blue that he lands on, but doesn't land on it as well as he would have liked. So we'll probably just have to stun it in cue ball and screw back a little bit to leave himself with a rest and extension shot to play on the red. But he's still got one more on the sort of upper side of the table, just below the blue spot. I say just below the blue spot. He's quite between the pink and the blue spots, being favorable in terms of the positional shot, but still a difficult angle, especially from the rest to be playing for earlier on in this frame number 7. It'll be a really important for Guodong to win this frame, as I say one more time. because he'll break the whole momentum and the whole script from Williams. Needs to put this in though, and does. Comfortable shot there from Guodong. So after I was saying that yellow, that was a penultimate shot to the frame ball that he missed with the blue covering some of the pocket. I was saying that's a little bit of pressure to him. Certainly not feeling any pressure so far in this frame. And this time really nicely done there from Guodong. Once again nicely on the red. He's got at least 2 more of those to play with the black to try and get 36 points on the board. And 21 points now for his name. The black will make it 28, and chance of 8 more points to be scored. Nicely done. There you go. So lands on the last available red there, Guodong. And just has to find himself with some sort of angle on either color that he chooses. I think he'll go for the black this time, so it doesn't seem to be a fan of playing the cannon off the blue ball. Xiao Guodong, I can't really think of him doing that any time during this match. Certainly done that quite a few times off the black there, looking to do that one more time. And the black is in there. The reds are split up nicely, but not too sure if you can see one to the middle. It'll be a shame if you can't, because he's probably done about as much as he could do there. Good done, and he probably can just about get through to it. It'll be a promising sign for him. And yeah, there's your confirmation there on the screen. So certainly a frame-winning chance at this time. Nice split, brilliant split there for him. Not a fan I am of those splits from the black there. I always prefer the more conventional from the blue ones, but certainly making that one work for himself. And now 42 points clear, with still at least 5 reds available to his name. Will be more than enough for Guodong to get over the line. Just has to be clinical in terms of his positional play once again. Keep mentioning that, but the reason I keep mentioning it is because both players have been messing it up quite consistently there. And Guodong will be looking to make that end in this current frame. And finally, I mean, have we seen a frame 1 from the first time of asking? So from the first chance of a break, I don't think we have. I know that break from Williams of 81 is a sign that we certainly have, but he had a break of 20 before that. And Xiao got a couple of points to his name. That was frame number 3 for him. And I'm pretty sure, should he get over the line here in this visit to the table, it will be the first time that has happened in this semi-final. And what a time for that to happen for Xiao Guodong. Could very much be the turning point. We mentioned about the importance of the previous frame. You know, going 4-2 down potentially to Mark Williams could be a death sentence for you in terms of the sporting values. But, you know, all of a sudden you could be going 1 frame up here on him for the first time in this match. 49 points scored now, looking to make that 56 with the black. And still has got a lot of reds to his name though, so not over the line quite yet, taking his time on this current break and lining 1 shot into the middle. So once again, not going to be straightforward. And should he miss it, probably he's going to be risky of leaving the same red on to the similar sort of pocket. So important for him to get some cue action on that cue ball and just land it nicely on the black. Be even better if he makes this spot, and he certainly does. So 57 points now for Xiao Guodong. Now looking to make that 64 with the black and put himself, pretty sure, just 3 shots away from getting the frame ball, maybe even less than that. As the black is in, once again cannons the cue ball really nicely into the red. Frees himself with a lot of room, a lot of breathing space. And puts even 1 more red there into the open play for him. to try and use in the upcoming shots. So he has highest break of the match already here with 64. Before that, it was a break of 53, achieved in frame number 2, I believe. Now has got a potential chance to develop the position even more, goes against it, so clearly focused on just winning the opening frame. And will very much do that. If he pots this black being the frame ball for him. So 72 points scored for him now, and only 67 on the table there for you, as he's still comfortably on another red into the right middle, looking to land on the blue. After that shot, well, goes for the screw back, so clearly going for the black there. Looking to just make the most out of this break, which has been very, very good for him so far. Maybe he just prefers to be cannoning the bunch of reds from the black. He'll just have a look if there's one more red that he can try and potentially see and try and pot there. So studies if there's a plant available, and comes away with it quite quickly. So the answer is probably no to that question. As goes for an interesting shot selection there. Not too sure which red he was playing for, unless he was one closest to the right side cushion. And if he was, you'll have not the easiest shot with the rest to try and execute here. And landing on the color is not going to be easy either. So in the end, it is the pot that he misses. So a break of 80 in the end. So almost joined the highest break of the match. But more importantly, a winner of the frame here from the first visit to the table. So the first time we've seen that today. And it's the first time we've seen Xiao Guodong leading in this match against Mark Williams. So takes a good step here towards the final spot. And could Williams be feeling it a little bit? And could Guodong be finding the form at the perfect time for him? We're about to find out. 4-3 says TT. Yes, exactly, it is 4-3. And if you are rooting for Williams, it's not looking as good as it was a couple of frames ago, with him finding himself behind for the first time. Still a lot of action to be done in this match, and well, the match can't be won in the next frame, so it certainly should be a motivation for Williams to try and get a frame on the board for himself. Not let Guodong get 3 frames in a row, and leave himself with only 1 frame away from a spot in the final. Has done probably everything to do that so far, Xiao Guodong. I mean, he had a couple of chances that he has missed in the opening couple of frames, but apart from that, you would say that, you know, he's been brilliant in terms of his pure safety battle, certainly. Their long pots have been a lot better than they have been for Williams, and he still had 2 breaks. One of them being, of course, in frame number 7, one of them being in frame number 2, which, from the tough position, he was able to do the damage to Williams, something that Mark hasn't been able to do. How's other semi going, please? It's going pretty nicely, because I think both of them will be still in bed, or certainly just having a breakfast, with being 10 o'clock here in the UK. Well, probably won't be in bed, because it's a lot of a bigger time there in terms of the time. I think you will be around sort of 3 o'clock there. So the match will start in 2.5 hours time there. So Wilson and Allen, I think, certainly will be looking at this match. I think watching it on the telly, lining one up for the final. And yeah, so that actually is still to come there. Okay, sorry, I thought he had started. Yeah, usually they do that, but they have 2 matches running at the same time, but only until the quarterfinal stage, because they can sort of realize, well, we can earn double the money from having broadcast on both of the tables and just split them up, because it's one table action anyway, and it's best for the fans because they get to enjoy both of the matches. You know, you can just concentrate on 2 of them. From a spectacle point of view, whether you're watching at home and stuff like that, it's always better to have, especially when you get to the late stage, as Williams has a break off now. Doesn't look to be too good now in terms of the cue ball positioning, but in the end picks up a pace from the cushion and lands nicely there on the bulk area. But yeah, I think it's nice for the players to sort of study what they're going to be playing in the final. You know, the winner of this pair and the winner of the Gary Wilson-Mark Allen pair. And also you just get a little bit more rest. Wilson would have played his match against having a mind blown here. Who did he play against yesterday? Completely lost it there. Anyway, Mark Allen has played his match against Xiao yesterday, and Gary Wilson, there you go, he's played against John Higgins there. You're streaming out the semi, absolutely. I mean, I'm more looking forward to this one. I was more looking forward to this one purely for the attacking style of play of Williams clashing against sort of the home favorite Xiao Guodong, but I think it's always interesting to see the battle of underdogs. Both of them, both Mark Allen and Gary Wilson, would not have expected themselves or each other to be in the semi-final, but yet they are, and one of them will be in the final. It'll be a brilliant campaign for either of them. It's just a question of who's it going to be. And we don't even know who they're going to be facing yet, let alone who's going to be the second finalist. Xiao Guodong is now finally finds himself ahead for the first time in this match, and we'll be looking to get another frame on the board. As the last thing I think he wants to do is let his opponent back in this match. So has got a safety now on the left side of the bunch to play, and decides to go for the right one. So a little bit surprised with that, but in the end executed it really nicely. And giving the turn back to Williams here. As you see, the first impression wasn't really the best there from Williams. Clearly things like, I could have found myself in a lot better situation than I am. So certainly can't see any easy shot of a safety here. But I suppose that's the compliment to Xiao Guodong's shot, as Williams just has to find some sort of trajectory, but once again just catching the blue, and does seem to be a little bit unraveling here. I don't think it's pressure. I think it could be a sign of fatigue that we were talking about earlier, and it certainly could be a sign of Guodong finally finding his rhythm. We've seen this match be a little bit scrappy, especially the first two frames, the fifth frame being scrappy, but it was a matter of time until at least one of those players would find his form, and it looks like it is Xiao Guodong that has found that. And I did say when it was 3-0, I still could see one of the players winning this one by 6 frames to 3. So that's only possible if Guodong wins the next 2 frames, and certainly taking the extension there, and just looking there, which is the best shot for him to play. So certainly taking his time there, Xiao Guodong. An important introduction into this frame, and certainly the one is a little bit awkward to be playing for this red, and especially landing on the color with, I assume, going for the black there, but yeah, he was always going to find himself with no angle on the black, so probably just a red to get rid of. Can't really do anything about it. He had to, if he was to land on the left side of the black, he had to play the red towards the sort of the right side of the cushion and of the jaw, but he's got that one probably as much to the left as he was possibly able to. In the end, finds himself with a difficult safety, I would say, because he only has a black that he can see, but I mean, what can he do in terms of the safety play? So probably just catch the left side of the black and aim it towards the bulk area. In the end, just rolls that one into the black, and finds himself, it looks like, giving away a foul there. So from his reaction, couldn't really see, but doesn't look like it touched there. Yeah, so a foul there from Xiao Guodong. 7 points to Mark Williams. Shouldn't be any more than that, as I think he'll just study the position there, Mark Williams, and probably put his opponent either back where he was or from this position. Maybe he'll find himself some sort of safety to play here. And if not, I think he'll certainly ask Xiao to take his shot once again. So after a little hesitation, Xiao does indeed take his place in the chair. And Williams here does seem to be look like he's going to be playing this shot of the safety. GT says, come on, Mark. it's a really crucial frame for him to win, because if he goes 5-3 frames down, he'll be 3 on the bounce for Xiao Guodong. It will be looking like a matter of time until he loses this one. You know, John Higgins was in a similar position yesterday. He was trailing by 4 frames to 2. He managed to get into 4-all, force a decider against Wilson, but in the end, Wilson came out victorious there. And now facing Mark Allen in the semi-final, but for now, Guodong once again with a hesitation and just taking his time on this shot. Not too confident with what he can produce from here. So in the end, taking the left side of the bunch and looking to have a 2-cushion escape. Land the cue ball next to the green pocket, it would seem. So the trajectory of the cue ball is really nice there, and the power judged on the cue ball was pretty accurate as well. So takes his seat back in the chair once again, Xiao Guodong. And Mark Williams comes back to the table for some more of the safety battle. So I do feel like it was a massive chance for Guodong in terms of momentum killer for Williams, and just try and absolutely put this frame and potentially the game to bed with you know, the first point that he got, the only red that was spotted in this frame. Had he got on that black from there, I think the position was looking promising, as Williams can't catch a break here. So TT is not looking good for him. He just found a scratch there off the cue ball and has landed it in the left corner pocket. So it'll be a ball in hand here for Xiao Guodong. Has got a couple of options here to his name. Nothing too easy in terms of trying to get the pot in, but we'll see what he decides to come up with. I think he can go for this red into, and probably has to go for the red in the left corner pocket, but he clearly doesn't feel like he can risk landing for the black once again, as the angle is going to be similar to the one he tried to go with an extension for earlier. Managed to get the red in that time of asking, but couldn't land on the black for a position better than a safety. That led to a foul, funnily enough. Even though he was particularly close to the black, still managed to give away 7 points to Williams. Now finally has got his mind sort of settled and focused on this red. So clearly made up whatever his plan is. Now, once again, taking his time and just trying all he was going to make that. As you'll be having a little bit of a stream problem, I assume. I apologize for that. I just had a confirmation that should be back up and running here. OBS messing things up, not in the best possible way, but we're back to action, and Guodong is back now with a break chance. Lands on the black. And not the perfect touch on the red. I think he would have liked to avoid that and land on that red instead. He's got a difficult cut now into the right corner. And he's got a couple of reds to try and use as potential holder for the cue ball. Just looking if he's got one to the middle. But if he does got one, he needs the pink to be going into the corner pocket, which I'm pretty sure it doesn't. So looking like it's either going to be a safety or a shot into the corner. So it does go for the middle though, it would seem. Has to play this one with a lot of power to end up on one of the ball colors, with the blue not being available. In the end, the red is in there. Took a little hesitation because wasn't sure if it was. And how is his yellow positioning? So seems to be pretty straight there. I think he'll try and use that to his advantage, generate some sort of angle on the left side, use the cushion to his advantage, and try and land in behind one of the reds. Do points get put on their rankings? Yes, it's a ranking event, Wuhan Open, and so both of them would have got around 100 ranking points already, 100,000 ranking points already by reaching to the semi-final. You can get 70,000 more for reaching the final, as Guodong now has got a really good shot here from the yellow onto the reds. And if you win it, you get 140,000 more for the whole thing. And these points just accumulate and make the difference to your ranking situation. So Guodong could find himself very much as high as 8th. So could be the highest, well, the second highest Chinese player on tour after Ding Junhui, should he progress to the final and win it. For now, we'll be looking to get back into top 10 after spending significant time in the top 10 last year. Has of course been moved out of top 10 after the latest success of some of the Chinese players. It being Ding Junhui having a steady campaign last year, and Xiao Xington winning the World Championship and achieving 500,000 ranking points to his name. So Guodong here though has made a mess of that position slightly, and has got a difficult red to try and get in. Difficult from the point of view of landing on the black nicely, and just awkward to try and reach for him. In the end, just does the right thing probably, and goes against that. And it looks like it'll be just a safety for him. And he does. So, not taking any risks there, Xiao Guodong. And making sure he does it the right way. Just really carefully on it. Williams now with a long shot of his. A safety shot, I beg your pardon. In the end, the cue ball position is going to be quite close to the green pocket there. And done nicely there by Williams. So I'll turn for Xiao Guodong now. Let's see what is going to happen from this safety shot though, as Guodong seems to be lining one up from a little bit of a strange one to me, because he was going to always leave the cue ball away from the cushion, because it was going to be going towards the pocket, and leave Williams with a lot easier of a safety to play on. So clearly didn't see a way out of it in other shape or form. And now Williams has got his chance to put himself back in the equation for this frame. Needs to get a chance here at least. Hasn't been able to do that in at least the last 2 frames. With Guodong being for once clinical. Especially the last one, producing a brilliant break of 80. Winning the break from the first time of asking. Williams once again can't do any sort of damage here for Guodong. Can't even put him on the cushion there. And it actually leaves him on with a potential pot chance. With a clear line for the cue ball to be going back towards the ball colours. So it could be a chance once again here for Guodong. And refuses it in the end, so doesn't go for a pot. Just goes for a decent safety. In the end, very much paying off, it would seem. With the cue ball once again sticking to that cushion like a glue there. It has been the case throughout the majority of the safeties for Guodong. And this time it's a decent safety attempt from Williams, but in the end just that kiss on the green is not going to do him a lot of favour. And Guodong once again is back with a chance. So taking his time there. He's refusing those long shots more and more now, Xiao Guodong, but I feel like he just can't sort of say to himself, I can't be refusing those forever. I need to take one on eventually, because otherwise I'm just going to leave my opponent with a couple. And this time he does take it on. Was very, very close there, Guodong, but in the end the red just about stays out. Once again, a good cue ball control. Lands behind the ball cushion, the behind bulk area. Williams puts one of the reds into equation, but one of them is going right towards the corner pocket now. And unless the green has gone in his way, in Guodong's way, it will be a decent chance for him, but it looks like he has. So I can't really see straight away. My first impression is I can't really see any other way for him to escape this other than just try and play around it. You can see just try and swerve around it, maybe hit the cushion first and judge it well. And then you'll be in with a chance of some sort. So it does exactly go for that sort of shot. And yeah, it was always not perfect for Guodong to catch the cushion first, but it had no other option as he can't afford to be leaving those sorts of red over the pocket. Hasn't given anything easy to Williams in exchange. And we'll see what Mark can do from here. He certainly has a long shot into the green pocket. I think he would like to something easier. And doesn't seem to have that, so just another safety. Once again here from Mark Williams. Plays it well, lands the cue ball onto the cushion. And gives the turn back to Xiao Guodong. So Xiao once again, no real look of frustration on his face apart from the ones that he missed up the positional shots. Just seems to be calm, not feeling any sort of pressure or any kind of emotions so far. Having two really cool-headed men here, with Williams being known for his sort of I don't care about pressure attitude. As once again Guodong finds a clever shot there. Couldn't really see a way out to get the cue ball back into the ball carrier, so decided to sacrifice that idea and just make sure that he didn't give anything away to Williams that the Walesman could try and make usage of. But safety shot once again from Williams that, you know, was sort of on the verge of a failure. In the end, just getting enough depth on that cue ball to have the pink in between the cue ball and the red, quite close to the left corner pocket. So now, what can Guodong do from here? Certainly be able to do the damage to Williams in terms of his safety play. I think it's about time he gets some damage done to him in terms of the actual long pot here. As this time, couldn't really do anything with it. Didn't really have a chance of a long pot, so has to refuse it. And just go for a plan B option of a safety once again. Just rolling that cue ball on towards the black cushion. And Williams responds with a shot of his own. So once again, exchange of safeties that doesn't seem to end quite as quickly as this time around as it did last time. So Guodong still the favorite for the frame slightly, with him having 17 points more than Williams in this current frame, and of course winning the last two frames could be significant. As yeah, the position, by the way, looks absolutely dreadful. I mean, if you are thinking about one of these players winning the frame in one break, there's absolutely no chance of that happening. So once again, the cue ball goes back to the green pocket, and Xiao Guodong has got his response readying up. This time though, with the blue not being on his spot, one of the reds is possibly open for Guodong to try and make use of in terms of go for the long pot. But with this position, another thing about this position is when you have so many reds on the cushion, the players are going to be reluctant to take the first long shot because that puts them in the risk. Puts them in the risk of giving away a position. And even if you land it, there's no real value to it. Because once again, Guodong goes for that shot and doesn't land it. And in the end, gives away a potential shot here to Williams into the right middle. Difficult cut that is. But once again, I'm just not too sure that Guodong had to blink first on that shot. Like, he's 17 points clear. He just had to take his time there and not leave Williams with any sort of invitation. But Williams then not taking the invitation from Guodong, so party cancelled. If there was ever one organised, and Guodong is back at the table after Williams' chance of a right middle shot not taken. So if he takes this one on again, I'll be surprised, but you never know. He may be actually feeling that Williams is unable to punish him for those mistakes. So it's time to be taking those shots, but it's just about time that until he was going to give something easy away to Williams, and he's developed a position for good measure there, Guodong. And now he's left Williams with a significant chance. It's certainly not a frame-winning match, frame-winning chance, but certainly a chance for him to at least get himself a couple of points on the board, something he hasn't been able to do, and his first pot in a while. Remember, he didn't have any in the previous frame, and the 7 points that he had previously were the foul from Guodong on the black there, so gets 7 points on the break now, so has got 2 reds to try and deal with the rest of 8 of them being on the cushion, at least one more potentially playable into the green pocket along the cushion there. But apart from that, could be a struggle there for Williams in terms of sort of winning the position from the first time of asking. So has got an angle to try and potentially go into the lone snake of reds here. There's almost 5 of them being lined up next to each other. It's the kind of shot that Stephen Maguire would consider a really good chance to have a plant in, with 5 balls lined up very far from each other, but not that he ever stopped Stephen. Williams decides to land on one, so he took a gamble there because there was a really little room there, and I'm not too sure that gamble paid off there for him. Do you know which channel in Australia? Absolutely not. No idea. No idea. I know Eurosport in Europe. I know, because I used to watch it, funnily enough. I know TNT Sports in England now, but and in the UK in general. But apart from that, got no idea. So, Mark does seem like he can get through to this red, and he does in the end, so not too sure still that was a risk worth taking, as he left himself awkwardly on the black, and in the end just missing that red as well. Missing that black as well, and just leaving Guodong with another chance in this frame. So to get at least a couple of more points on the board. Yeah, I think it's fair to say at this point that Williams is struggling, and is struggling to find any sort of rhythm, any sort of momentum, any sort of energy in himself. Maybe that's something that he's been lacking of recently. Guodong there won't be happy with himself, as he clearly tried to go into the reds and try and develop them. That hasn't worked out for him. And now has to take his time on the pink, or potentially black there, depends on which one he prefers. But neither of them really is going to give him an easy position on the following red. So has to work for it, and potentially has his work cut out here as well. So not looking too good for him. So goes for the pink here, and certainly I think from this angle that you'll be trying to line up the cue ball nicely on that red towards the green pocket. It's exactly what he's done. He's always going to find himself with a little bit of distance between the cue ball and the red ball, but probably done about as much as he could in terms of getting the cue ball into that area. So now 8 points clear with still 83 on the table. None of them available apart from this one that he's taking on. So no real signs that this frame will end anytime soon, but an important pot there from Guodong, as you know, in those circumstances every single point matters, and the fact that he is now finding himself with 9 points clear and a yellow now to pot. Still, if he just takes those reds one by one, can find himself with any sort of break and just leave him with a chance in the end. Yeah, I'm happy with the luck he got there, but I'm pretty sure from the second time of asking got a little bit of it back, because he was aiming obviously to split the 4 reds remaining on the bottom cushion. In the end, managed to miss them all, but from the right side cushion caught the other 2 reds. Split them up to an extent that allows him to have one along the cushion there. Looks like I'm cooked. It does. It does, to be fair, but you never know with snooker. I've seen Ronnie O'Sullivan be playing Xiao Guodong in Champion of Champions. And yeah, he was winning by 3 frames to 0. Xiao Guodong hasn't potted a ball there. And he still managed to win that match by 4 frames to 3. So you never know, especially with snooker. But as you say, it's not looking good yet for you. As Guodong finds another good pot there, and lands nicely on the pink. Has got one more red in the open play to try and make usage of. Pushes that one even closer towards the middle. Really nice shot there for him. So now a gap of 18 points will look to make that at least around something like 25 until the last 4 reds remain, which will be 59 points available. So it's better than nothing, you know, and especially with, you know, Xiao was the one that was trailing in the earlier part of the frame. The fact that he finds himself on top of Williams is certainly a positive, but I don't think he was planning to land on the black the way he did. So don't think he can do anything from this position in terms of splitting up the reds, unless he goes for an absolute killer of a shot and uses a lot of left-hand spin there. He went for it, and yeah, he missed them all. Got them on the way back from the cushion, so from the job, nearly dropped the cue ball. Could have been a little bit costly in terms of points, you know. Instead of getting 7 himself, he could have given 7 away to his opponent, but in the end finds himself with a straightforward safety shot, with him basically touching the red already. So just looking to play away there and land the cue ball just below the green. So end of a break there for Xiao Guodong. A break that now puts him in the lead, as Williams once again hasn't got too good of a safety shot, and neither cue ball position or the red ball positioning is nice for him, as he just freed up one of those reds for Guodong to try and take on into the left corner. Yes, certainly from the way he's feeling right now and from the way he's been playing, certainly doesn't feel like he's enjoying himself on the table, and can't find any of this form that we've seen throughout this campaign already. But he seems to have used it all yesterday against Zhang Anda, and it's the other Chinese player that all of a sudden is taking this frame by storm and this match by storm. Could win 3 on the bounce here, as he finds the red into the corner, lands himself on the black here. So the next red and the next color could be a huge point deficit there for Williams to try and climb back. I think he'll still be alright to make it possible for him with the 2 reds available, with Guodong is looking to take the 3rd one away from the table and into the pocket. And nicely done there by Guodong. Well, he doesn't think so, because he clearly expected to end at least with a little bit of an angle on the black. Hasn't done that, so it will 35, so just about not enough for him. So it'll be 42 points clear with 43 on the table. So once again, as he was a couple of frames away when he needed the green on top of the yellow, he's finding himself just one point away from a frame ball, but not over the line yet for a 5-3 lead. And very much taking control of this semi-final here. But still, I'm pretty sure you'll be happy with what he got out of it. You know, 16 points on a break was good enough, you know, if you consider the position of the reds, with the first one being far from easy and the second one being rather helpful for him. So goes for a smart shot there, just needs to get as much distance between the cue ball and the reds as possible. Very important to get somewhere close to the cushion. Has done that, but only somewhere. I think if it would have been dead on the cushion, it would have been really difficult for Williams to get something on it. In the end, needs to find a good shot here. Williams can't afford to be missing the red, and he hasn't. And he's responded well there to Guodong. He left the Chinese player now very much looking in the position of trouble, because he can't really afford to be going away from the cushion there into the red, with the risk of leaving the other one available to Williams. So certainly a top of the table that is much deserved there from Guodong in relation to Williams. And we've got 147 people watching now. Thank you very much there. And hopefully it's a sign that we'll still see one in the campaign, as that is ruined now by 150. So never mind. But still, thank you very much for everyone joining in. And Guodong there with a really good shot that in the end he's found, not leaving Williams with a straightforward chance. And remember, another thing, another factor for you to keep in mind of, if Williams does get a chance of a pot, he needs to make sure he lands on the black on both of those occasions, because he can't afford to waste any single one of those points available to him. He has 43 available on the table, and he does need 43 if he wants to win this frame. He can afford to take pink once if he is happy to settle for a respot, which I think he will take at this point. But apart from that, if he is to win this frame in a straight win, he needs 2 reds with 2 blacks and all the remaining 6 colors cleared up as well. For now, he's got a potential chance of a long pot. I think Guodong left that one with a little invitation, and Williams takes it. So, could we be here for a brilliant ending? Could have been, but he had to land a little bit lower on that black to give us a brilliant ending for sure, because this angle that he's got here just leaves him really, really impossible, I would say, to land on this red on the cushion perfectly, and just probably a safety that he has to play. And there's your confirmation. So 8 points, but that's about it there for Williams. Come on, Williams, says Kevin. I don't want to spoil the party, Kevin, but he only managed to get 8 points, and he played an absolute horror of a safety. Good news for him is that the brown is going to be an awkward place for Xiao to try and bridge over, but still. Only needs the red, remember. And Williams needs this red with a black. He seems to be yawning there. Seems to be really tired there, Williams. Now Guodong with his chance once again to put the frame finally to bed and get himself a 5-3 lead, surely here. Misses it by a long way, and is he going to leave it for Williams? Well, potentially is. I mean, that red is cuttable into the corner. Guodong should have been a little bit more careful in the cue ball positioning. I think one thing is taking that red on, but the other is you have to ensure that you've got the cue ball somewhere safe to travel. Hasn't done that, and Williams, he lands on this black. He's in with a great chance. You know, 32 points. He needs this black to yellow transition badly. All the colors are messed up badly, but we'll get to that in a second. He needs his black in, and he gets his black in. I mean, what a steal this would be, and what a turnaround this could be if Williams gets through this frame. 26 points behind, 27 on the table. That 1 point could be so massive for Guodong come the end of this campaign. And Williams absolutely made the mess of that. And yeah, Williams just conceded the frame straight away. Guodong was going to put that yellow, but Williams is saying, you know what, there's no need for you to do that. I know that you can do it. And yeah, so frame conceded there from Williams. In the circumstances that probably seemed the most unlikely a couple of moments ago, but still, in the end, it is Xiao Guodong that takes frame number 8, and he's now only 1 frame away from being the first finalist here in Wuhan Open. And doing that, after last year, he's winner of the campaign, so very much was the finalist last year, and is only 1 frame away of repeating history here in China's Wuhan Open at the Optics Valley Gymnasium. So Williams has got it all to do, and with the way the last frame has gone, Williams struggling, well, he's more than struggling. He seems to be just absolutely melting here. Melting like the ice cream in the sun here. Because he certainly can't find himself with, you know, what was the top break of his last 3 frames? What is it, 20, 18, 16? It's nowhere good enough when you talk about facing someone like Xiao Guodong, and when you talk about being on the semi-final stage of this ranking event tournament. Understandable why. Obviously, just ran out of steam and feeling the pressure, but still, it's not going to be an excuse for him that he would want to use, as Guodong doesn't seem to be, running out of steam. Still seems like he is the man to beat in this tournament and will be very much the favorite come the final. Should he reach and win any of the last remaining 3 frames and book himself as the first finalist ahead of the second semi-final campaign between Gary Wilson and Mark Allen, with either of those, should one of those win it, I think there'll be an underdog anyway, should Mark Williams or Xiao Guodong be waiting for them in the final, but it looks like it will be Guodong that is still a man to beat here in China. Anyone got 3 in a row to win? I mean, Higgins didn't. He had to do that against Wilson. He only managed to get 1 frame. So he didn't against Wilson. I think Wilson did, because I think he was losing by 3 frames to 2. He didn't get 3 in a row. He got 3 out of last 4 against Trump. So he was losing by 3 frames to 2. And he managed to get himself 4-3 ahead. Then Trump leveled things up for a decider. And then Wilson won the remaining one. But this is the shot that for me would be an absolute concern if you are sort of Mark Williams, because from this position you should be absolutely taking this frame away from Xiao Guodong, and he hasn't. He's done all the hard work. It was a really hard red for him to pot. It was even tougher black for him to pot. He's managed to land on the yellow nicely, and then he's gonna miss the yellow there. So not looking good for him, and certainly looking good if you are Xiao Guodong or his fan. As on table 1, we could be heading for a final frame as soon as the referee comes back to the table. It needs to be 5-7, right? I mean, it'll be a perfect case scenario for Williams for it to be 5-7, but the problem is you can only play first to 6. I mean, I could say I could win this match 7-5, but the problem is they're going to stop once it reaches 6 frames. There's the referee there doing some sort of a thing. It's not necessarily a referee, it's just someone in the ground there. So very much the referee just acknowledging the crowd that asked them to be quiet and take the seats quickly now in the Optics Valley Gymnasium. And Xiao Guodong is ready to get things underway here in frame number 9, looking to make this the last frame that he needs to book himself as the first finalist here at Wuhan Open. Now, what can you do from this position, Williams? Is he in the mood to be taking any long pots, or is he going to be patient? Has he got that patience in him? Or has he got a long pot here? Well, he certainly has got a brilliant accuracy in that long shot. As he landed on the colour, he certainly has. So, I don't want to be pessimist here, but I would say delaying the imminent win of Xiao Guodong, but you got to be in it to win it, and Williams has done that at the start of this frame. Now needs to make sure he makes something out of it more than he managed to do in the last couple of frames, with him managing to do a break of 30 max. Needs to do a lot more should he win this frame. Williams nothing in tank left. Well, it does seem like that to me. He's still finding some good shots there, but I think the problem for him to find is going to be consistency, because you can always find a couple of shots from purely having the brilliant technique and accuracy in those shots, but when you can't string 3 or 4 shots together, it's a sign that either you're not finding your game at all, or you're just not finding any energy in yourself to fight. Yeah, looks frustrated though. I think he just looks tired. I wouldn't say I've seen too many of those, smashing on the table grimaces or something like that I prefer to do when I'm losing, to be fair. But Williams, he just looks like he understands that he hasn't got a lot in the tank, and he still very much wants to put up a fight. But even that shot from the blue, you see, he's just underrun for that red massively, and running out of position is going to be such a problem for him. It's one thing of placing long shots and making them, another thing making tough shots, but when you can't string the positional play together, It's just a matter of time until you're going to find one of the reds or one of the colors that you're just not going to be able to pot there. So 17 points now for Williams scored. Could still make this around 33 when he pots the next two reds with the blacks. In and around the black spot once again after that. Has to do major sort of changes to the position and to the bunch of reds. With the pink once again probably making the cannon from the blue a little bit less of a favorable one. And it looks like the cannon from the black will be the more favorable of the two. As this time Williams is nicely on the red and lines up nicely on the black there. So he's going to be a black to the reds transition, one that I feel he has to make to stay in this match. And to my surprise, I mean, it's a happy surprise, but it is a surprise, he actually does make it. And it's game on here in frame number 9. And it's certainly advantage Williams in frame number 9. So could we be writing Mark Williams a little bit too earlier off here? As I certainly have written him off for winning this semi-final. But if he gets the first frame on the board, nobody said there's no pressure on Xiao Guodong, especially in his home crowd, home tournament. Williams certainly playing like there's no pressure to him. And maybe you'll just find those last couple of liters of fuel in the tank. For now, needs to get a first 50 plus break of some time. Needs only one more red to do that. And then all of a sudden, he'll be in with a great chance of this frame. Once again, needs to do some sort of position management with this next black, but it's going to be a lot easier than the one he had to make previously. Just a minor one needed, and in the end, comes away with at least one more red. Don't think he's got a lot more to his name. Into the middle. So 57 points scored, 83 on the table. So looking to make that 75 on the table with a 58 points advantage. Took a risk there, Williams. Just got away with it. I mean, I think he'll take it from this point. Potting the red and not potting the cue ball was very, very close there of missing the red and then potting the cue ball. So in the end, does line up on the blue with no real angle to it. So unless there's a plan there, I would assume the break is going to be over after this shot on the blue. But still, 63 points of a gap is rarely a break that sort of loses you the frame. With it being more than enough points usually. But oh my god, what a blue ball he just missed there. It was an absolute sitter. I know he had to play from the pocket area, but they still can't afford to be losing and missing those types of shots. Probably the end of a break. Well, it is, but I think he came one shot early for him. And all of a sudden, Guodong now finds a red ball that can get through the gap and misses it. So it could be Williams come back to the table straight away, but I don't think he can play this. Well, he certainly can't play the same red. And I don't think he's got any more of those available. Blue ball in a saw. Well, sort of. Don't think it's going to make a massive difference here, though, as you know, he needs to be taking that. He needs to be taking out reds of the equation. You know, the blue being in a little bit of an awkward spot could be a blessing in disguise for him. But now needs to find a good safety on this red and try and put it somewhere safe until he can sort of focus on the. One thing he actually needs as well is put at least one of the colors safe, which you could only do that from potting the red, obviously, the shot prior to that. But this is why I'm a little bit surprised, I'm a little bit confused why he took the blue on without putting the yellow or the brown onto one of the side cushions. So that tells me that he obviously was planning to go for the red that Guodong in the end has went for himself after Williams has missed that blue. So that was a waste of a chance of, you know, putting one of the colors safe and at least disrupting the comeback of Guodong to an extent. For now, he needs to find a good safety as the cue ball travels quite close to the green pocket. In the end, The red finds the bunch. And it's a good safety, well struck in the end by Williams. So Guodong now has to respond himself. And hasn't left him anything easy there. Williams playing this shot clever. Sort of saying, if you want to play a good safety, you need to develop the reds. And if you develop the reds, you're going to give me a chance to potentially have a long pot. Which has been the case throughout the majority of the match. But those long pots chances have just not been taken by Williams. Does seem to have one more here. Misses it. And has he left anything easy for Guodong? The answer is just about. I think he has. I think that red into the left middle is available there. So you can understand. You can perfectly understand why Mark Williams has taken that shot. He obviously feels like this is a do or nothing match anyway. And with him being with a decent cushion in his frame, I just can't see from this angle. Can he get through to that red? Because if he can, he's got a nice little chance of to build a break here. If he can't, he'll have to just do a safety shot. But it looks like he can just about get through to it. Needs to pot it though. And he does. So nicely done there. Ends up nicely on the yellow. So could be the end to this match now. I mean, Guodong is in a really good position. Has got a really nice setup of reds ahead of him, with at least 3 of them being available out of the 5 remaining. You know, barring blue, barring blue and the black, all colors are on their spots, with those 2 are still being very much possible. So I can't really see the place here for Xiao Guodong to try and choke on. Something that Williams will be praying for. But in the end, I think he might about just concede that the better man could be about to win here. But he's not there yet. And he just landed himself a little bit awkwardly in between the blue, in between the brown, in between the black and the pink there. I've listed all the colors except the 2 that I had to. And I think you'll have to take the sacrifice and play into the middle there. Now decides that he can force the angle on that black and use 2 cushion escape to land once again on top of the reds into the left corner. He misses easy odd shots sometimes, and this is what I mean about tiredness and fatigue. I don't think the long shot that he was going for, it was an easy shot, but I certainly don't think it was a kind of a shot he should have gone for, as I think Guodong has messed up the position here. Seems to be frustrated with himself and with the cue ball as well. So it landed exactly in between the pink and the black there. So can either try and take the really difficult black on, or just go for a straightforward safety of his own. Not too sure which one is the better option. So it does seem to be going for the aggressive one. And makes it. How is his red ball positioning? It is probably perfect, and it's probably the shot that has won him this match. Certainly a brilliant performance. You know, I think he's only about 10 or 11 shots away from the final spot once again. So making that 2 years in a row here in China Wuhan Open. Continuing this tendency. Would have liked to see his compatriot Xiao, I think, in there, but unfortunately for the China crowd, it will be a maximum of 1 Chinese player this time. But it could be the one that is about to be confirmed rather shortly here. Apologize playing by... I think he did apologize, but I did ignore that. I saw that hand go up from Guodong, but I think he's just one of those players that just apologizes for every single shot there, because I'm not too sure why he has to apologize there. I mean, he clearly was playing into the reds with the intention to end up on one. So the fact that he has, I don't really see what you had to apologize for. But anyway, he's now got the penultimate black to play that will mean anything. He's got 1 more red to try and deal with. He's now 24 points behind, with still 35 on the table, so he's certainly not going to be short of points here. Again, into the final. Yeah, absolutely. Xiao again into the final, and again in China. 35 points here for Xiao Guodong. The black to yellow transition is probably one of the two minor obstacles he's got in front of him, with him comfortably handling the first one. Brilliant positioning there on the yellow. And the other two one, of course, is the blue and pink. Those two colors not being on their spots, pink taking the spot of the blue. Of course, we'll still need the transition from the pink onto the black, because you'll need every single one of those colors. So being 14 points clear, and has made the mess of that slightly here, Guodong. Not sure if that's pressure, not sure if that's just inaccuracy, as he asked for a rest there from the referee. I think he said that about 5 times. Should have said that in Chinese, lad, because the referee clearly didn't understand what he was asking for. Anyway, 5th time will do. And it's now the green to get onto the brown. Of course, can't afford to be giving any sort of chance for him to be messing up this position, which is, in the next 4 colors, is going to be hard as it is. The green ball goes in, so recovered in that regard, but I can't see any angle on the brown there. So unless he stunts it and he's happy to sort of play that blue into the right middle, could be a difficult ending for him. Ready to lose now. Yep, you should be. And Xiao Guodong now with very, very close to win this frame and win this match as well. Only has 3 more pots now. What a timing. One lad said he had 1k on Williams. There he is. He's in the chat there. Yeah, I don't know if I've got anything else to say to him, but I suppose the game's the game. As Guodong now is 1 shot away from reaching the final here at Wuhan Open, so certainly a brilliant moment for him. A historical moment for the Chinese fans and historical crowd as well. Now, the black for the win. And he makes it, and you can tell what it means to him as he got a fist bump in the air. Williams will congratulate him on a brilliant performance. And in the end, it is Xiao Guodong winning by 6 frames to 3, clinching 4 frames in a row there, back to back. And a brilliant performance in the end to leave Mark Williams with no answer to that performance from Xiao Guodong on table 1. The first semi-final is now over. The second, though, is yet to come, with Gary Wilson and Mark Allen. One of them will join Xiao Guodong in this year's final. It's not going to be Xiao this year, but it could very be Mark Allen or Gary Wilson. We'll see who's that going to be after some more action in the afternoon session on day number 6 here in the Optics Valley. But for now, thank you very much for you and your support on the stream. We've got around 150 people watching, so feel free to leave a like on the video, hit the subscribe button if you feel like you're going to be here for more of this style of content. You got it right, 6-3. Thank you for streaming. I did say 6-3 on them when it was 3-all, but you know, it was a bit of a guessing nothing. Happy for Xiao, unlucky for Williams, but in the end, I think you have to say the better man won on the day. And we will be back for more action in the afternoon session. Thank you very much once again for joining, and be sure to be back in a couple of hours' time for Gary Wilson against Mark Allen, the second semi-final here at Wuhan Open.